kidding. Correct, my web-headed friend. And there's nothing you can do about it. Guards, take this miserable traitor away.
Great balls of fire. Guess who just crawled out the muck and mire that can make you trust a motherfucking liar? A real sucker diver. Boy never been a duck and diver. He spit on the mic, yuck saliva. Hold it like a drunk driver. Hold a CB on a sharp turn. Still clutching his chest from the heartburn. What's your handle? I need a Zantac, and thanks before I blank into anaphylactic shock. Rock or disco, chocolate or the Crisco hole. Cock diesel and still tell a joke like Joe Piscopo. Tell them the basics, basically break the matrix. And just for kicks make them gel like Asics. That's why they acting standoffish. Eat the beat by hand like canned raw crawfish. Can you please pass the cocktail sauce? You might as well know hell is hot as hell, boss. Tell my horse. He said broads call me Bonnie. I make sure I throws them back if they's too scrawny or bony. Phony MCs use a stand-in. Leave him hanging like if I ain't know where his hands been. Hussy, how about we buddy up here just for me? Bust a knee, then go finish study a plus degree. True victory, a new sick story. I never met a chick that was too thick for me. Holy Moses, my whole earth know me closest. And how I played it back and stay bent like scoliosis is no puzzle. You can act Doc Dismal, the slow guzzle got your nizzle crooked like this jaw. Drink like a fishy, she wish she was a Pisces. Live since back when 25 cents ices. Used to turn your tongue the color red. Now they wanna fill you full of lead. The fuck the young fella said? What kid is born to red-blooded? Do yourself a favor or come on get head-butted. Yoke him if he run. I'll be there in a jiffy, son, with the flame suppressor like off the 151. Quit your bitchin' or get blow in your babble box. Punishment for dry snitching, now eat the Scrabble fox. You be alright once it passed through your yellow belly. Only thing he said was, can you please pass the jelly? Almost said what? Like a promo play to cut on a late night. Before you touch the mic, get your weight right. A lot of crews like to act like a violent mob. They really need to just shut the fuck up like Silent Bob. Either that or get smoked like hickory. Should squash the beef and go wash their teeth quickly. Notice the write a rhyme like a mystery. The sign at the bottom in calligraphy, your nigga be.
So, it's playtime again. Okay, guys, it takes two to tumble.
Yeah. Only God could judge me now. You know? Pull the hammer, I get hammered, feel like Higuruma. Oh, they wanna sue me, I'll bring the sentence to you. I'll do it, walk up in the spot, it's getting all roomy. Oh, you wanna talk? I turn his body into chop suey. Got him in my domain, I caught that boy not moving. Let's run the fade, I got a blade, I'm not shooting. They're playing with my name because this game has got a lot to it. Now you praying unto God just for breaking any of my laws, stupid. I might go and swing this hammer at you, it is not a gavel. I just wanna have a trial, actually it's not a battle. Only God could judge, I keep a grudge and I won't put it past you.
I send just what hood is at. I send just what hood is at till they take care of business. Jay been way too fancy with it, I leave baby bearing women. I wanna put a pasture thinking I'll make graves instead of digging. Mr. Duke been too shit to pull up Taylor with the fitted. Flame up with a blade up with a flame up with a blade up with a chalk. Put a gavel with a stop, that's how my action on the Glock. Then push the hate and let them talk. Wait till you say that on the oath, then break the law. Since a baby I was known I'd be a star. Shot for the moon, I went too far. I'm whipping around and bigger bought a car. Form of the right door, I'll do the job. Little bit of hoe trying to do the most, so you ain't wanna go, I'm focused on the job.
I'm just focused on the plot. Long nose, now he drop. In a bath, then I box. Cause I know he's getting washed. Out of school, I'm at the stop like I'm dropping him off. Justice at any cost, but I'm far from a cop. And I don't care about your drops, you should honestly stop. Met tomorrow with them plays, we know all of them bots. Just drip stepping out, yeah, I'm popping a lot. Pokemon set up move, sipping off of the rocks. Pull the hammer, I get hammered, feel like Higuruma. Oh, they wanna sue me, I'll bring the sentence to you. I'll do it, walk up in the spot, it's getting all roomy. Oh, you wanna talk? I turn his body into chop suey. Got him in my domain, I caught that boy not moving. Let's run the fade, I got a blade, I'm not shooting. They're playing with my name because this game has got a lot to it. Praying unto God just for breaking any of my laws, stupid.
And that's breaking any of my laws, not these laws. Cause boy get flamed up quick, chopped up quick with that shit. One hit kill type shit, get the hammer fast. You feel me? Flagging shit. You feel me? Damn.
No interruptions, stereos pumping from the dungeon, coming live from Flatbush Junction and making it hard to function, breaking down your sound systems and governmental corruption. So step aside, pumpkin, quit jumping to assumptions. The illest cats to ever rap, we spit and crack on beats and claps, ovations. And Nathan, I make that up for simple checks. If you resist the fact that we're about to bring it back, then spring in action, right until your motherfucking pencils crack. Shit, I'm here all night. I wanna hear it, then embarrass it. Here on sight, and don't expect to be saved without a heroin sight. Cause my microphone is hotter than a heroin pipe. Something like the finest pip, maybe even some white to sniff. It ain't a catnap, but I'm sure it'd have you lying stiff. Try it, kids, Vicodins and Flintstones vitamins. Get stoned and get home and lie about your righteousness. Nah, I'm serious. In fact, I seen God today. We had a deep discussion over Marvin Gaye and Chardonnay. A bird caught my attention. I chased her and she got away. Now I'm left with pennies and I had to learn the harder way. That's a foul shot, and I ain't even get to score. Just memories that always ended me getting. But that's the past, I don't ponder on it anymore. It represents a metaphor of me closing a mental door. Au revoir, Simone. Sad songs when I'm alone. And nowadays my heart beats to this metronome. And my heart's beat is waiting for a recollective poem. And a calm rhythm that resembles home. Gone. They say sound is vibration and it got my mind shaking. Can you feel it vibrating? I call it vibrating. They say sound is vibration and it got my mind shaking. Can you feel it vibrating? I call it vibrating. Call it vibrating.
Good morning, Patriots, and welcome back to another episode of The Discourse. I am your host, the lovely Brandon Sutton, and today is August 19th. It is a Wednesday. It is a hump day. I hope you guys are ready to, well, I was going to say hump, but I'm trying to keep the stream PG-13 today after what happened yesterday when we got rated R, or I guess maybe rated NC-17. I have to wash my own mouth out with soap as opposed to the new non-fluoride toothpaste I've been using, which honestly, I like better. I don't know. I think maybe you fluoride cucks were wrong this whole time. I've been using this like Italian toothpaste. It's like non-fluoride. My mouth has never felt cleaner. It's supposed to help strengthen your enamel better than fluoride or like just as good, but I don't know. I really feel the difference. Yeah, it's pizza flavored. Is it really Brandon or is this AI USS Lincoln Brandon? I think that I will be proved correct. I mean, well, first of all, I want to insist that irrespective of how you think the photos are fraudulent or how they've been faked, we can all agree they're not real in the way that they want you to believe. Because if they were, we wouldn't be hearing all of the stories that we're hearing. In fact, I have more of those stories to show you today. So we were just having fun because ultimately it doesn't change reality. Like they're trying to propagandize us. I was just curious on your perceptions of like to what depths were they willing to sink. And I think that we agreed that there were things that seemed very strange about the photos in ways that were hard to just ignore, even if we weren't in agreement about which parts they were. So, I mean, we can leave that in the, back burner until more photos come out. I will say one other thing that has nothing to do with the photos that I find strange. About the photos, nothing in the photos, I should say, that I find strange about the photos is that it is kind of weird that they only put them on Facebook because like Facebook is just the place that you're going to find the most people who are susceptible to, I think, the laziest types of propaganda. The fact that I had to go to Facebook to find them, I think, was a sign that they really don't want them out there. I saw one of those trad wives making their own toothpaste out of iron shavings. Jesus, what? Are they afraid of like being attacked by fairies? Italian toothpaste, how the other half lives. I will admit it was, well, I mean, toothpaste is kind of expensive now. They don't want you to have nice teeth, but but it was a little bit more expensive. But I was gonna say a lot more, but I now remember that toothpaste is pretty expensive. Regarding the teeth topic, are you rocking an electric toothbrush? We're not gonna increase the teeth topic. We're gonna move right away from it because just like other people, I also am a tooth hypochondriac if we talk about it enough. But yeah, I do have an electric toothbrush. I don't always use the electric feature. I do sometimes like to brush manually because I sometimes feel like the electric feature is a little intense. And I've been really like enamel maxing recently because I felt like, I've noticed a few places where my enamel has worn down, even if I don't have like a cavity. And I would imagine I don't have a cavity, any new cavity, since I literally just went to the dentist. But I have noticed more as I've been more aware of my teeth that there are areas where I feel like my enamel is not to the degree that I would like it. And so I got this new toothpaste that's supposed to help with rebuild your enamel. If nothing else, it makes my teeth feel cleaner, and I feel like it makes my breath better too. But I've also been flossing more. Like I floss constantly now. You really got to get into it. Like once you build the habit out of fear and anxiety, it really it does hit. It does make my teeth a little bit, I don't know, not loose, but sometimes you get a little like of that ligament feeling, like when like your knuckles pop. But we'll move away from the topic towards more fun things. I actually have something really fun to show you, and you've probably already seen it. Some of you have already seen it because it is probably going viral. And I will warn you, if you have the capacity to watch the stream and you are not watching the stream, you might want to watch the stream, especially if you don't like the police for one reason or another. I'm not going to make any kind of judgment about that. I'm just going to tell you because I have like a funny AFV style video that involves the police to show you. However, if you fall into the group of people who are capable of watching but are only listening, but technically should not be watching this because you're at work or something, and you also don't like the police for one reason or another, and I'm not making any judgments about that, I would say to continue to not watch, because likely you won't be able to not laugh at this in a way that would reveal that you're doing something untoward at work. Certainly also if you're driving, you shouldn't be looking at this while driving at this time or any other time. Well, actually, I don't care what you do. It's not I'm not Elon Musk. I don't know how to drive myself. I can't tell you what you should do while you drive. My grandfather was a trucker, and he did things while driving that I don't think you should do. But damn, he was never in a goddamn accident. But yes, I'm going to show you something. Is it a cop fighting a flock camera? No. It's not a drunk driving video either. I'm not going to tell you. It's so... This popped up in my algorithm first thing. This is how you know the algorithm knows you. This popped up in my algorithm literally first thing this morning. It has to be this video, right? Yeah. It just must be the one that got. Hold on, let me mute it. Oh no, this is about Bolivia. Oh, and also I need to switch to my premium account. It doesn't matter. I don't need to have the clip saved. I know exactly what it's called. I know exactly where to find it. Let me switch to my premium account real quick. What's going on in your world? So the topic of the video, though, is that these officers were trying to serve a warrant or, do a kind of like raid on this person's apartment on the second floor. And the deck that they were standing on just gives way because it's one of those really poorly put together decks that your shitty landlord would do. Let me put my browser on screen. I'm being so rude. You can't even see it. You still can't see it for some reason. Let's try this again. That's me. That's you. There we go. Dramatic video shows deck collapse, injuring U.S. Marshals. Yeah, they do detail the injuries a little bit. They're not bad. Don't worry about it. Is this the Marshalls? Of course it's the Marshalls. Of course it's that video. I told you would know it. Like, it's definitely something that many of you will have seen. So I'll just show you right now.
These U.S. Marshals Task Force members recently serving an arrest warrant in Missouri. Never imagined the hidden threat beneath them. A second-story deck at an apartment complex collapses, sending 9 deputies plummeting to the ground. The marshals say injured task force members suffered broken bones, torn muscles, and head injuries, but luckily all will return to work soon. The U.S. Marshals Service is the oldest federal law enforcement agency in the country. They provide bones, torn muscles, and head injuries, but luckily all will return to work soon. The U.S. Marshals Service warrant in Missouri. Never imagined the hidden threat beneath them. A second-story deck at an apartment complex collapses, sending 9 deputies plummeting to the ground. The marshals say injured task force members suffered broken bones, torn muscles, and head injuries, but luckily all will return to work soon. The U.S. Marshals Service is the oldest federal law enforcement agency in the country. They provide federal court security, do asset forfeiture, and witness. Previous searches of his apartment turned up numerous firearms. This time, there's no.
Oh, they have the body cam. This might get the stream taken down off YouTube because you can see a firearm, but they have the legit body cam now. First person view. Oh, you got to see the first person view. I don't care if it goes down. You know, we all fall down, baby.
Does not have counsel assigned. Authorities say previous searches of his apartment turned up numerous firearms. This time, there's no indication it was anything but a freak accident. But their supervisor says everyone is fortunate it wasn't worse.
The fact that they hit the ground in 2 seconds and there was no accidental discharge of any firearms or anything like that, it's very surprising.
It turns out Munoz wasn't even at the apartment. He later turned himself in.
Had that bad guy been in
he wasn't even there. Yeah, he got home and he had no idea what happened. He was like, shit, they were really after me. They destroyed the whole deck. No accidental discharge. Is that really surprising? Should you be such a a quick trigger that if you fall you start shooting off? That would have been crazy. Gosh, would we have watched the video if that had happened, do you think? I think that we would have. I think that depending on what occurred after the accidental discharge, we would have absolutely still watched the video. Depending on what occurred after the accidental discharge.
It would have been up to the other marshals covering the doors to return fire, to protect them.
Working to protect each other.
Return fire from against gravity? They were going to start shooting at one of the fundamental forces of nature? Like, who are they going to return fire against the concept of shoddy workmanship? That's like shooting at America itself. Like, what? Return fire. If he had been there and had done this to them, or they had been injured in that way, then we would have provided backup, I guess.
Turned himself in.
Had that bad guy been in there,
oh yeah,
been up to the other.
Had that bad guy been in there, okay.
To return fire, to protect them.
Working
he
to
wasn't
protect
though.
Each other and the public, or even what should be a routine case, turns dangerous. Marquise Francis, NBC News.
We thank you.
Damn.
It's dangerous.
They just all fall down.
Marquise Francis, NBC News.
That guy in the corner here, he's laid up like Peter in that one Family Guy meme everyone uses. You can see his legs are all twisted and everything. That's crazy. That's real crazy. You know the Peter meme where he's all jacked up? Like this guy right here, they played this video at least 12 times during this segment, which is only 2 minutes long. And that's exactly how many times I would have played it too. It's just funny that they pretend like it's because they really want to, I don't know, enforce some kind of message. Like they kept trying to make it a bigger message than it could possibly be, when the obvious point was watch these pigs fall off this deck. Because what were we supposed to learn from that? That it's dangerous for cops sometimes for reasons that have nothing to do with, I guess, the normal ongoing like actions of like enforcing the law, but because of like shoddy workmanship, they just wanted to show you this video, but had to like make it politically message impactful. It's like when conservatives just want to show you like some kind of like gooner bait, like softcore pornography, and they try to make some political message out of it. And you're like, what are you talking about? Like, you can just jack off normal, you know. The one was for something like guns or something, but you know, I don't know. It's America. People love guns. Everyone in the comments are going to be saying it's funny. Nobody is above the law of gravity. That's a great one. Oh, thumbs up to this dude. Got him. Got him. The criminal let out a maniacal laugh and pulled the deck release lever. Police, get on the ground. Deck, I got this. People are hilarious. People are so funny. It's competitive out there. I got to put on a good show today. These are hilarious. Old lady down the way. I've been calling about that deck for months. The deck stopped resisting. Oh, no, the deck stopped resisting. That's crazy. Oh, oof, oof. All these need thumbs up. Nice, nice. Yeah. Like 100. What in the Reno 911 was this moment? They weren't prepared for the Home Alone defenses. Apparently, the warrant didn't hold up. The old trapdoor deck trick. That deck didn't even know that 2,000 pounds was a thing. I get it, but it wasn't phrased well. Well, that plan fell through. Who needs a guard dog when you have a guard deck? Look like the end of Connect 4. Oh, that's my favorite one. Oh, that was nasty. Oh, that one was good. It does look like the end of Connect 4. Oh, shit. Okay. Whew, that was funny. Okay. No more. We got to get to real news. I can't set your sights or your expectations so high when it comes to comedic value today. Now, I'm not going to play it again. They're fine. They all survived. It's fine. Ooh, maybe we'll just start with this video that I wanted to show you the other day, because we briefly touched on Brexit in the, I guess, 10-year since, at the actual anniversary of the 10-year anniversary, essentially, of Brexit, since like the Brits exited the EU, largely as a result of a political campaign led by Nigel Farage, but other people were involved in it. I also found out that Candace's husband was like someone who ran for European Parliament or Parliament under the Brexit party back in the day, but neither here nor there. And I saw this video come through my timeline that actually looks at the specific promises related to Brexit in a more structured way and compares them to the realities. So I thought it could be a fun watch. So Brexit, the actual anniversary of Brexit, I think was sometime in June, maybe June 16th-ish. It doesn't really matter, but it was a few months ago. So that's why a lot of these videos are coming out. I mean, because it has just been a decade. Was Russell Brand pro-Brexit? I really can't say. His dad is a big Brexit bloke. Yeah, his dad's like a lord. He's a member of the House of Lords or something. Okay, so this is from Channel 4 News. Brexit at 10. We fact-checked the promises. Here's what we found. Brian told me, thank you for the $10 Canadian. I like the part when all the cops fell down, Brandon. I mean, I did too. What can I say? It was a good laugh. Candace and her husband both hate France, so no wonder they did Brexit. But obviously Candace met her husband after Brexit was already post a thing, because they met and got married in 2019, if I'm not mistaken. Very quickly, as we've heard. She's like the Meghan Markle to his Prince Harry. That's exactly what they're like, actually. Well, that's not true, but I don't want to get into the reasons why, because I don't want to even open that like door for a topic, because I do know a lot about that now because I'm watching all of their shows, because I thought it was really funny what was going on, but I don't want to open up that as a topic that we could actually get into. So yeah, let's see it. Let's check it out. 2019 was like peak Brexit chaos politics wise, because people probably still thought it was going to be a good idea. Like, oh, we won. Look at how we won. We won. There's always that sense. Like, remember when Trump won and people were like taking a victory lap? Those people are real quiet now, except for the ones who are literally paid to still shill. All those people now are like, I don't talk about politics. I only talk about football. I don't talk about MMA. I don't talk about politics. I got tricked. Trump tripped me. Like, I just like, okay, if that makes you feel good, if you feel good that this guy tricked you, but like, I know how it is. It's true. America incentivizes people to get tricked. You come pre-groomed in America for people like Trump, unfortunately. So let's see what's going on in the UK. 10 years post-Brexit. There is, just so you know, a rejoin the EU party in the UK, one that's more explicitly geared towards that. I don't know where every major party stands on that now. The last I recall, they were having that debate for like literally the election that happened before Keir Starmer became the prime minister, and a lot of the candidates were still in the camp of like, we kind of just have to work our way through this whole like post-Brexit malaise to become a stronger country. And only really, I think, the head of the Scottish National Party, the head of the Green Party, and maybe the head of Plaid Cymru, the Welsh National Party, were just more in favor of joining back up with the EU, because the four major parties, like the Lib Dems, the Reform obviously, Tories and Labour, kind of know like that would not necessarily be a good way to, I don't know, increase English independence, because they would have to make a lot of concessions after what happened and how much weaker their economy is now. I remember which houses had the Trump signs up. They'd rather forget, but I won't. Never forget. You can forgive, but never forget.
10 years ago, there was a big red...
Lib Dems are pretty full-throated about rejoining, I think. I might be wrong about that, but I just recall like most of the parties who were, vying for an actual like air of legitimacy were trying to say like, no, it wasn't that. We couldn't necessarily rejoin anytime soon. But they may have changed that. I might be misremembering. I'm just saying that it's not like the biggest topic, of consternation in UK politics that I have seen.
10 years ago, there was a big red bus. No, not that one. This one. It toured Britain with a huge promise painted on its side.
Vote Leave, my friends.
£350 million a week for the National Health Service if the country left the European Union. It was all part of the official Vote Leave campaign. They had a website too. It laid out exactly what they thought Brexit would deliver: control of immigration and our borders, free trade with the world, and a sense of sovereignty returned to the British people. And then, on the 23rd of June 2016, by the slimmest of margins, the UK voted to leave. So we're going back to the beginning, back to that website and back to those promises, to find out 10 years on whether we got what they pledged.
I bet they did.
We travelled across the country, meeting people living on the front line of the Brexit fallout.
It's been a disaster, an absolute disaster.
Just a waste of 10 years.
And as the nation grapples with the demise of 6 prime ministers since that historic vote,
thank you very much,
we put everything we found to one of the main architects of the Vote Leave campaign.
Can you record this?
Because here's the thing, some promises were kept, others were broken. But this is also about a referendum that led to consequences nobody could have imagined. So on that website, the first big promise, the one that ended up on the side of that bus, was we will be able to save £350 million a week, and we can spend that on things like the NHS. Now, our own fact check team at the time found that that figure was misleading. Much of the money actually came straight back to the UK in rebates and funding for farmers, universities and poorer regions, meaning the real figure was closer to £110 million a week, less than a third of what was on the bus. So did hospitals like this one in Birmingham actually see any of that extra money? Well, in the 8 years after Brexit, healthcare spending in England, so that's money towards the NHS, but excluding the extra top-ups to battle COVID, actually rose by nearly £700 million a week. And the former Prime Minister, Theresa May, called that a Brexit dividend. But here's the first problem with that claim. Brexit itself cost the UK money. It shrank the economy, reduced investment, and came with a roughly £30.5 billion bill just to leave the EU. And here's the second problem. Can you really argue that the NHS would not have achieved the funding it did if it hadn't been for Brexit? So what does the NHS look like 10 years on? Nice to meet you. Dr. Layla McKay, the former director of policy at the NHS Alliance, says that Brexit has impacted the health system in 3 ways.
One has been in terms of workforce, 2, medicines, and the third thing is the overall financial envelope.
Okay, so let's address those, but I want to go in reverse order because we were looking at that infamous £350 million number. Did the NHS get much more money after Brexit?
The £350 million going to the NHS every week was a bit of a myth. And while in cash terms it does look like money has gone up for the NHS, in reality that is barely enough to cover the bare minimum of what is needed. And that is not really linked to Brexit. That is a whole other set of decision making.
The second issue you talked about was medicines. How has Brexit impacted that?
There are more shortages of medicines now. Being outside of that EU supply chain, the analysts tell me, has had this impact. There's more customs forms to be filled in, there's lots of bureaucracy, there's all these things that add to the cost of the overall medicines.
And then the final issue you mentioned regarding Brexit was, of course, the workforce.
So what we saw after Brexit was a huge steep plummet in the number of EU healthcare staff who were coming into the NHS.
And you can see this in the data very clearly. After Brexit, EU nurses and midwives declined and non-EU staff rose massively. Tens of thousands of those workers came from countries with serious shortages of staff in their own healthcare systems.
That's made it an ethical challenge as the NHS has to navigate how to appropriately enable those staff to come over while at the same time not disadvantaging their own countries.
Yeah, so I mean, just to put that in other terms, because we've heard this particular rebalancing before, when they stopped letting white EU immigrants in, they didn't just not have any immigration. They just had immigration from countries that they still had immigration treaties with in one form or another. Pakistan, India, parts of Africa, with like the countries they have like traditional colonial relationships with and still very strong, ties with. And so a lot of people were convinced, and I do want to address this point too. I think it's kind of funny because I've never heard anyone really talk about these other promises as they relate to Brexit. But just to finish my first point, people kind of imagine that there'd be no immigration when in reality, they just replaced like white ethnics with more brown people, essentially. Not that it's like replacing or one thing or another. It's just they didn't get what they were expecting because it's like a monkey paw wish. That being said, though, I think it's interesting to go through these promises because you'll have to forgive me if I've never even heard anyone address some of these promises directly before when telling me why they supported Brexit, or even when they interview people in these clips. It's usually to do with immigrants and sovereignty, which is usually code for like immigrants too, and wanting to take back their country. The NHS funding situation, I mean, it's good to know about, but I do think it's overly generous to even say that most people were voting for Brexit for things like this that were so explicit. It's definitely immigration and immigrants having access to public sector goods. It's definitely and I've talked about it before, a very important wedge issue when it comes to propagandizing against those institutions themselves. But this is not quite that. This is more of like the opposite, like trying to say you're going to preserve those institutions with like an anti-immigrant push. And I do think that there definitely are people who like would take that particular point and just put it into this like larger cloud of like immigrants being bad for our society. But I do think it was mostly just like hating brown people. I think very few people had any like practical issues with it like this.
So Brexit didn't collapse the NHS, but it certainly didn't fix it either. But what really struck me there was how migrants from outside of the EU have now become key to keeping the NHS going over the past decade. And that takes me back to the Vote Leave website. The next promise on the website says that if we vote to leave the EU, we'll be in charge of our own borders, that we can decide for ourselves who can come in, and have a fairer skills-based immigration system. Which brings me here. Now, the picture on the website was actually of Eastbourne. They used it as a symbol of the front line of our border. I'm a couple of miles along the coast in a place that's far more important when it comes to the issue of immigration: Dover. This is the port that defines this issue. It's where so many of us come and go heading to Europe, where schools of lorries cross every day, and where, in the years after Brexit, thousands of people have arrived on small boats. So what's happened to immigration numbers since Brexit? Let's look at the figures. At the time of the Brexit vote, net migration, that's the number of people coming minus those leaving, stood at 321,000. That number had doubled in just 4 years, and that was one of the reasons why immigration was such a major talking point during the referendum campaign. Within a year of that vote, so even before we'd left the European Union, net migration fell to 200,000, a drop of 38%. That's because many Europeans were leaving and fewer wanted to come. But while EU migration was falling, immigration from the rest of the world began to rise, and it massively shot up after a new points-based immigration system was introduced by Boris Johnson after Brexit. By March 2023, so 2 years after we officially left the European Union, net migration had risen to 944,000.
That is impressive. Boris Johnson loved immigrants. He exploded immigration in the UK. You don't hear about that as often as you would imagine. That's a crazy increase. He literally replaced, like, for every one white person they lost coming into their country, essentially, he brought in 3 brown people. Boris Johnson rocks. The Boris wave, exactly. The far right call it the Boris wave. I mean, what else are you gonna call it? It's
a new
just so we can exploit them, obviously.
And nearly 3 times the number it was at the time of the Brexit vote. In response, the Conservative government tightened the rules, Labour's kept them in place, and net migration has now fallen to 171,000. So what to make of it all?
Hi, Kieran.
I asked Madeline Sumption, an expert from the University of Oxford. So did Brexit give us control of immigration?
It did. Effectively, what happened was the government took back control of immigration policy, but then didn't exercise it. We did see a really big decline in EU migration to the UK. What was not anticipated was that then the number of people coming from outside the EU dramatically increased. But there is another bit of the immigration system that's much harder to control, and that is most obviously asylum.
Has Brexit made it harder for us to deal with those issues of asylum claims, small boats?
There are people in northern France who say that the reason that they're coming to the UK is that they've been refused asylum in an EU country, and they know that they can get another asylum decision if they come to the UK. So we know that that exists as a phenomenon. It's not clear how different things would be if we were...
Why even shoot it like this? I just feel like sometimes people overproduce things for no reason. Like, yeah, the camera work here is bananas. I can't be the only person who comments about this. Everyone can see this. They must have like 3 or 4 cameras in her room and like another 2 on him. And then they're just still having this kind of FaceTime call. At that point, you might as well just have them on the call on the phone normal, right? This is where all the money in the UK is going. Camera work.
That they're coming to the UK is that they've been refused asylum in an EU country, and they know that they can get another asylum decision if they come to the UK. So we know that that exists as a phenomenon. It's not clear how different things would be if we were still part of the European Union.
Do you think the debate itself about immigration has changed?
The small boats phenomenon has been incredibly divisive, and when people are arriving on small boats, this is much more visible than the way that people used to arrive unauthorised in the past. So that, I think, has really dominated the debate.
Here in Dover, you feel that. Despite net migration falling to the lowest number in years, a recent poll shows half the country still believes immigration is going up.
Where's that proof to me? Because the boats are coming in all the time, so are they going back? Where are they going? Why aren't we told anything? Because at the moment I think the Brits feel unsafe.
Don't mind the ones that are coming in if they're genuine, but like when you've got others that are like sort of taking the country for a ride, you know what I mean? No.
You live here and voted Remain then?
Yes.
But obviously a lot of people here would have voted Leave.
Yes, that's because they're crazy about the asylum seekers. They don't like them, but we need them. We need their people, you know, so that doesn't go down well.
I will say, you notice that they couldn't find anyone to talk about Brexit from the standpoint of like the NHS, but like literally people working there. Because I would have liked to hear some man on the street interviews about the NHS thing, right? They were able to find an endless number of people talking about it from the standpoint of just literally migrants being around you.
A lot of people here would have voted Leave.
Yes, that's because they're crazy about the asylum seekers. They don't like them, but we need
She's
them.
cooking.
We need their people, you know, so that doesn't go down well, does it really, in Dover?
So the verdict on immigration is complicated because while we have more control over our border, I get a sense that people think that things haven't changed the way they thought they would, that either Brexit has failed them or the politicians have. So that's the issue of immigration and control of our border. Let's go back to the website and look at their next promise. The Vote Leave camp said that leaving the EU would enable us to trade with the whole world and make deals with countries everywhere, and that more trade would equal more jobs. And Britain has signed some of those deals. We now have free trade agreements with Japan, Australia and New Zealand. Our deal with India is set to come into force shortly, and we've struck a partial agreement with the US, although negotiations are still ongoing. So it seems like the UK is open for business and trading across the world. But if you talk to the people actually moving the goods, it's a totally different story. Hi, Lorenzo.
Okay.
Hey,
Right, yeah, good. Good to see you.
Thanks for having us. Lorenzo runs a haulage company that has 220 trucks on the road every week. He and his team are busy with stacks of new paperwork that didn't exist 5 years ago. And among the photos on the wall, Lorenzo and the architects of Brexit. He gave £25,000 to Reform UK last year and believes Nigel Farage is the only politician left who can actually make Brexit work. Lorenzo voted to leave, but what he's got has been, well...
It's been a disaster, an absolute disaster. We used to always make, in tax and revenue and everything else, about £4 million a year. Well, now it's gone the other way around. We've been making losses for 2 years in a row.
Before Brexit, his trucks could crisscross Europe, making as many deliveries as they could fill. Now, there are restrictions on movement. And Lorenzo says a lot...
I mean, obviously the UK has their own like Brexit farmers, but this is very familiar to me. This story is something that I've seen time and time again. You know, a lot of times I'm learning new things. I'm learning new specifics about like the circumstances that led up to something, new data points. And then sometimes you recognize one key figure that is a through line through all societies across right-wing voters. Let's just back up and see this again.
Well,
it's been a disaster, an absolute disaster. We used to always make, in tax and revenue and everything else, about £4 million a year. Well, now it's gone the other way around. We've been making losses for 2 years in a row.
Before Brexit, his trucks could crisscross Europe, making as many deliveries as they could fill.
Small business tyrant.
Now, there are restrictions on movement. And Lorenzo says a lot of his drivers have gone back home to work in Europe. So do you regret your vote in any way?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah. So I think it's obviously because when you see you build a company up and you work 32 or 34 years hard work and to see everything fading away for some stupid politicians, they didn't do their job properly, that really, that hurts, really does.
But he still wants to vote for Nigel Farage, right? That's what they said at the beginning, that he still thinks that Nigel Farage is the right person to make Brexit work. But you also have to understand a lot of those truckers probably went back home because the economies are better there, right? The UK, apart from certain sectors like professional services and finances and probably weapons manufacturing and stuff like that, is just not a vibrant economy. Not that it really was like super vibrant under the EU, right? Or when it was in the EU, but it was more vibrant than it is now. And so a lot of countries in Europe who are in the EU that used to have a lot of migration to the UK for practical reasons, it just doesn't make sense to go there. Like if you're Polish, like the Polish economy, the Romanian economy, they're just doing better in terms of a lot of metrics than the UK economy. So practically speaking, the barriers that they put in place not only impacted, their finances in that way, it just made them a less attractive place to go for other like Eastern Europeans who now have countries that their own economies are just like better, they're flourishing.
What we're going through, it's an absolute nightmare. Absolute nightmare.
But the impact of leaving the EU isn't only being felt in this one depot. The UK's budget watchdog estimates that Brexit has left exports and imports around 15% lower, and that long-term productivity has also been hit. Another set of researchers estimate that by 2025, Brexit had reduced GDP, reduced investment.
Lol, Brandon, not quite. Did you see the jams we had when the part of Brexit border controls happened? There were lorries waiting over 24 hours over Christmas. That does ring a bell, but I can't say that I have any specific knowledge of it. Maybe we should look into that because that sounds crazy. But like, I do vaguely recall something like that, like being in the news 10 years ago, but I don't have any like specific memory. But I believe it. A lot of people don't know how that stuff works. Like, a lot of people just assume that they'll get special treatment because of their own like bigotry towards themselves, right? We see that in America too. And so even if it doesn't really make sense for the things to work that way practically or like legally, a lot of people will just assume that they will be executed that way because they're just so much better than other people, right? That their money just spends so much better than other people. Like Brexit retirees in Spain thought that, right? Like they thought that they would still be given the same access for the same prices that they were given during the EU integration, just because like their money was better, and they weren't, right? Americans think that when it comes to the immigration crackdowns, like a lot of people in the West are just taught to have a built-in exception for themselves in their closest proximity. I mean, in their closest analogs. And it's not until like it's obviously encroached upon that they realize, like, oh no, I'm not going to be protected from this. It just requires like a lot of, a lot more direct impact on them before they fully appreciate that if nothing is actually built into the system to protect you, they're just not going to see they're not going to.
And reduced employment. Both studies account for shocks like COVID and the war in Ukraine. So they're measuring the effect of Brexit itself. Hi, Anand. Great. Thanks for doing this. I'm speaking with a man who leads a think tank looking at our post-Brexit relationship with the EU, Professor Anand Menon.
The impact on Brexit has been to reduce our trading levels. The UK economy is now smaller than it would have been had we not left the European Union.
Does Brexit often get used as a scapegoat when it comes to where we are?
There's a tendency, I think, particularly on the Remain side, to date our economic ills to 2016. And that is simply untrue. The British economy was ailing before 2016. Our economy basically hasn't grown at a significant rate since the financial crash of 2008. Median wages have been stagnant since then. So Brexit is one of the economic problems we face. It is far from the only one.
The pledge given from Vote Leave was that once we're out of the EU, we can, forge our own trade deals. Have we seen the benefit of that?
What those trade deals were never going to do was compensate economically for the impact of being outside the single market and the customs union. And the government's own estimates show that the economic impact of those trade deals is very minor compared to what is seen as the economic impact of leaving the EU.
That impact is being felt by businesses and small traders across the country. At this harbour on the Menai Strait in North Wales, there used to be 4 operational mussel boats. Now, there's just one left. So this is where your boat used to be?
This is where our boat used to be. Yeah, it's a big gaping hole.
This is the largest mussel production area in the UK, tidal and nutrient rich.
We had a great business model before. We were highly efficient producers, and then that politics changed it all.
When the UK was inside the single market, suppliers like James could send tons of mussels straight to processors in Europe. The moment the UK left, Grade B waters, which is what the Menai Strait usually has, were no longer acceptable under EU import.
Honestly, no! I'm just exhausted by it. Exhausted? Yeah, I'm exhausted. I have the consequences.
Doesn't make the grade.
Happen then. they keep me awake most nights. Absolutely.
Still.
You know, good friends have passed away in that time since. That makes me kind of upset because they worked towards something and then they saw it destroyed. I mean, but what's the point in anger, you know? But I mean, I just think it's been a waste of time. Just a waste of 10 years.
But not everyone holds Brexit responsible.
This is Kieran, this is Kim Mould.
Hi Kim, nice to meet you. Kieran, nice to meet you. Hey.
Hi.
Nice to meet you. So James was just telling me about his experience with Brexit, that it's been a complete disaster. Would you agree with him?
No.
No?
It's not the main reason.
It's not the main reason?
No. There are other factors, climate change being one of them. Brexit's an inconvenience.
I mean, that's kind of a cult position. It's true, and I was saying that before too, right? It's definitely true that the British economy was becoming less vibrant due to a lot of the same reasons that the United States economy was becoming less vibrant, like post-industrialization, climate change, like they're saying, things that were just like disincentivizing a vibrant, like diversified economy and you know, emphasizing an economy of like fast capitalism, like professional services, like stock trading, finances, consulting, and stuff like that, because your GDP can just continue to go up and up and up and up and up, and your workers can be disenfranchised. But like that doesn't change the fact that the economy is actively doing worse in ways that like were avoidable had Brexit not happened, right? That Brexit is like just net negative in such a way that you can like disaggregate it from the bad decisions of the British economy or the UK economy before that. And so like all of this, like we were doing poorly before too. It's like, yeah, but this made it like worse. This is like when you're already losing a race, like you're already struggling in a marathon and you pull out a gun and you shoot yourself in the calf muscle. It's like, you can't go like then, well, yeah, but I was already losing the race. So like, why are you blaming me for shooting myself? You go like, okay, but you know, you maybe could have still made a comeback, maybe not won, but done better. Like obviously.
Well, we try to export, but we haven't got the product because we can't produce because we can't get the seed.
Climate change is having an impact, that's for sure. But Brexit really is the showstopper. Yeah.
Kim, unlike the others, voted to leave. Do you have any regrets about voting Brexit? Or
you not? Don't say. You don't say.
And why is that?
Because we'll deal with it. Because we'll find a way of dealing with it.
Oh, they don't like his ass at all. These guys are like old friends. Like these guys are probably like old friends, but they don't like his ass at all. Look at how he's looking at this. They don't like him at all. Like he's just that friend where they're like, we can't wait for this to be over. Yeah, no, I see it. You know, some things are culturally different, and some things you could see when someone's like, I hate this guy. I hate my friend.
Do you have any regrets about?
Yeah, like just like the looks. Like, yeah, the looks on this dude's face when, like, I don't even know if they're friends. They're just, like, doing this interview together. They might not like each other and, like, also not hang out. But I assume they were friends.
Unlike the others, voted to leave. Do you have any regrets about voting Brexit or not?
Not at all.
And why is that?
Because we'll deal with it. Because we'll find a way of dealing with it, one way or another.
We would certainly have the wool pulled over our eyes, big style, by dark players. There's no doubt about that. But it was a silly thing to do in the first place, have a referendum, that's for sure. But you've got to abide by the results because that's democracy for you.
I mean, damn, good for them. You know, you can't even have an election in America now without at least one candidate claiming it was fake and that things didn't go well. At least they're accepting it, because it would be easy to be like, because it was such a thin margin, to go like, well, someone cheated. But good for them, like, you know, at least trying to respect democracy. I don't think you have to respect it so much to let that guy talk shit like that. But I mean, you can definitely respect it. Everyone has a say.
Right, so that's the NHS, immigration, the border and trade. Full promises, full verdicts. And so now we come onto the last pledge, that Britain can make its own laws again, taking back control. Now, unlike the other ones, this one's a bit harder to fact check because you can't really interrogate a feeling, can you? A sense of power, a sense of control. Ultimately, the big promise was delivered. Britain left the EU and is no longer bound by European laws. But after travelling across the country, there's clearly a paradox. For all the talk of taking back control, many...
Vicky Clee says, people did say someone cheated, Brandon. Well, you know, I'm sure some people said that, but I mean, it would have been easy for that guy to say it. Lots of evidence there was influencing going on, too. Oh, are you saying something with untoward? I could believe it. I believe a lot of things.
The country, there's clearly a paradox. For all the talk of taking back control,
oh yeah,
many
Cambridge
people
Analytica
still feel powerless.
A lot of people
That
in
whole
the UK
thing.
are very frustrated.
We're going to get around to Meta today, actually. That's so funny because Cambridge Analytica, nothing basically happened about that. We just gave them more power, essentially.
Control. Many people still feel powerless.
A lot of people in the UK are very frustrated with what's currently happening.
Do you trust the politicians?
Yeah, not really, if I'm honest with you. The entire political class, the entire blob. We need a bum under the place, really. And one day, politically speaking, they'll get one.
With voters increasingly frustrated, our politics is more fractured than ever. In 2017, the two main parties secured more than 80% of the vote in the general election. Polling now shows they are both only managing around 20% each, with Reform UK and the Greens on the rise. The success of those parties, particularly in local elections, contributed to Sir Keir Starmer becoming the 6th Prime Minister to fall in the 10 years since that vote. So why is our system so divided?
Well, I mean, some of that also had to do with Mandelson, though. I don't want to, I don't want to overestimate how much it did, but there was a lot of heat after that Mandelson Epstein thing, which he got deservedly so.
It was supposed to be about taking back control. Nice, simple place for us to have an interview. To answer that, I spoke to political scientist Maria Sobolewska.
We have seen so many prime ministers, and we have this continual narrative that a person in charge will change our political future again. But the truth is, British politics is in chaos. Changing the leader of the party will almost certainly not solve any of these issues.
10 years on from Brexit, what's your assessment of where Britain is now?
I think it's definitely much more divided and much more chaotic in terms of the political allegiances that voters have. Many people were hoping that bringing the question of Europe and membership in the EU to the table will settle things. And this is absolutely, definitely not what happened. Quite the opposite has happened.
Maria argues that Brexit was never really about Europe. It was about an identity divide that has been building for decades.
One of the really amazing tricks of what the Leave side of the referendum has achieved is it was able to absolutely tap into those identities and actually say, this referendum is not just about the EU, it is about who you are. Are you the kind of British traditionalist, or are you this kind of cosmopolitan liberal that feels that diversity and migration are a good thing?
If these divisions were always there underneath the surface, was having the Brexit vote a good thing?
It certainly acted as a catalyst to have.
Cameras must be the only things that they make in the UK. Damn, they're just it's like a different angle every time I switch. That's crazy. They're all over this place. Anyway, hold on. I think my recent events window is frozen again. Let me refresh it. I don't want to miss any of your delicious insights and delicious tips. I think I might have, though. Besides just the stickers, which I can never see. I did miss one. I apologize for missing this one. The Ragged Flygon, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Have you looked at the McKenna West case? What is your take on surrogacy? It seems like it is an exploitative on a class dynamic. I mean, it definitely is, but I will say I think a lot of my takes on surrogacy might be biased because I watch a lot of Lifetime movies, and so I have a real bias because a lot of the Lifetime movies are about surrogacies gone wrong in one way or another. But I do think that there is just something to be said about it being another form of labor that makes people inherently uncomfortable given the neuroses that we have about like sex and, of course, having kids being a byproduct of sex. Whether or not we want to consider it different than sex work or things like that, obviously our society does. I can agree. I'm just saying I think that it's more about like this idea of there should be certain things that there's certain types of work people should not be allowed to engage in because their bodies are some kind of temple in a way that is supposed to reinforce our values. Like, I don't necessarily agree with that. I think when you get into the specifics of like what surrogacy is, though, when it comes to like, okay, well, can you force someone to have a baby for, let's say, like if they decide to go through with the pregnancy, but you no longer want to have anything to do with the kid for one reason or another, and you have a contract of some type or another. I think you can enforce contract law, honestly. I think that if you can concede that the first thing I said is kind of true, that it's being put into a special bubble because of what it is, like someone having a baby, and I don't necessarily agree with that, then I don't necessarily see the things that can't be overcome with contract law, right? Because, either you turn the baby over or you don't, and you can get sued for whatever they paid you for the baby, but you get to keep the baby because you had the baby. If you want to make it about whether or not, like, let's say, for example, a baby that is the egg of the woman and the other man is technically their baby, even though another person had it, like, gestating in their body, that's kind of a specific circumstance. I guess we could get into, like, the nitty-gritty of that. But I think my overarching feel is that it's fine. I kind of understand why people are kind of weird about it. I don't think you necessarily need to be weird about it in a way that makes it incompatible with normal contract law, because you can just have like a contract with your surrogate. And there might be specifics in any specific surrogacy case that make it a little bit more nuanced than I'm saying right now. But I think the overarching situation is something that I don't want to have a say in what people do with their body and how they have kids, even if it involves like a contract between consenting adults, because I think that's a very like unnecessary thing, basically, because someone can decide to have a child for another person. People do that all the time, and through like adoption or whatever. But so I don't really believe it's my right to have a say in that specifically, because I just don't want to, like, I don't know what you call it, I don't want to exceptionalize that in a way that is opening the door to exceptionalizing other things like sex work, etc. If that makes sense. So I wanted to ramble on there, but I wanted to make sure I didn't say any words that got me demonetized. But I don't know about the case specifically, right? I can only assume it's like one of those surrogacy cases where the person doesn't want to give the kid over or does want to give the kid over or something like that. But I think in those cases, the contract is what the contract is. Like, if you paid somebody for a service, even if that service was like a baby, I think that you can rightfully take that money back. But of course, we could always value human life more.
To those identities and actually say, this referendum is not just about the EU, it is about who you are. Are you the kind of British traditionalist, or are you this kind of cosmopolitan liberal that feels that diversity and migration are a good thing?
If these divisions were always there underneath the surface, was having the Brexit vote a good thing?
It certainly acted as a catalyst to have a debate about globalization and cosmopolitanism, immigration, identities, but actually they were never dealt with, and I don't think the referendum was the right way to deal with those pressures. One of the pressures, for example, was the attitude towards immigration, and this has never been addressed, and it still isn't to this day.
A decade on, the debate over what Brexit is and was is still playing out. I went along to an event discussing the impact of the result. Our trade expert, Anand Menon, was there, but I wanted to speak to someone else.
So up on stage is Matthew Henry. He was the chief executive of the Vote Leave campaign, the mastermind behind Brexit, and that website that I've been looking at.
This guy.
There's a wider point about political campaigning.
For Lord Elliot, the central promise of Brexit was always straightforward. And this is my chance to ask whether his campaign delivered.
The key point about Brexit was the fact that we left the EU, we took back control, as we said we would, and we got some great trade deals. Now, there's a lot more we could do with the Brexit powers, but overall, I'm still very happy that we left.
We spoke to a man who runs a haulage company down in Dover. He says he's got so much red tape, it's been terrible for the business. We spoke to a man who sold mussels up in Wales. He's got no business left. What would you say to them who feel that those trade deals or the economy isn't in the shape they thought it might be?
If you look overall, UK trade with the EU is higher than it was when we were in the EU, and crucially, is my favourite stat, if you look over the past 10 years, we've increased our trade the fastest of any country in the world, except Canada. So you may find one or two case studies, like you say, but overall our trade is up.
Elliot is right. Trade is up. But remember that report we looked at earlier from the government's budget watchdog estimates exports and imports are around 15% lower than what they could have been had we stayed in the EU. Those are real, individuals who have really felt the effects of Brexit.
And there'll also be companies who, before Brexit, weren't able to trade with other countries across the world who the EU didn't have trade deals with. So you have to look at the things in the large.
Lord Elliot's argument is just that, to look at the bigger picture, that Brexit was mainly about taking back control. So while many saw that referendum as a vote to reduce immigration, he disagrees. What were they voting for? Were they voting for fewer immigrants, or control of immigration, or both?
That's a good question. I mean, if you go back to the immediate polling after the referendum and ask people what they were voting for, actually the number one issue was the sovereignty point, the independence point, the taking back control point.
So with our numbers now down to 171,000, that's net migration. Is that the right number we should be looking at?
I mean, this wasn't part of the Brexit referendum in terms of the level of migration.
But it became that, didn't it?
It was about a whole bunch of issues. Yeah, you talk to different voters. For some it was all about
this
guy, the sovereignty aspect of it, and who makes laws in the UK.
Yeah, all those Brexit guys, they loved migration. They just really wanted it to be like not from the EU specifically. Yeah, this guy sucks. I'm sure people who live in the UK recognize him and are like having a visceral reaction.
I mean, this wasn't part of the Brexit referendum in terms of the level of migration.
But it became that, didn't it?
It was about a whole bunch of issues. Yeah, you talk to different voters. For some, it was all about taking back control, the sovereignty aspect of it, and who makes laws in the UK. For some, it was about where the money was sent. She was sent to the EU or spent in the UK. For others, it was about migration. Can I finish, please?
Yes, of course.
For some, it was about fishing, it was about agriculture, a whole bunch of issues about.
Are you therefore concerned that some people feel that immigration has become the number one issue when it comes to Brexit?
I don't recognise that as a analysis.
And when it comes to the £350 million on the side of the bus, that was fact-checked. The figure was more like £100 million. And you said in your book...
That's like literally a line from Westworld when they see something that goes against their like programming. Like that's what it reminded me of right there, where he was just like, I don't recognize, this is like nothing to me. You might as well hold up a mirror and have him say what he sees, and he's like, I don't recognize this. That's crazy.
That was fact-checked. The figure was more like £100 million.
I don't know.
And you said in your book, the extra £350 million, which you alleged, was achieved in 2019 before we left the EU. So that proves that figure was not right, was it?
What I say in the book is the fact that by 2019, we were giving the NHS an extra £350 million.
But we hadn't left the EU, so we had that money anyway.
Well, on the side of the bus, we said we get more money, we're getting more money.
But we hadn't left the EU, so we had that money anyway to use. It's political willpower, isn't it? It's not Brexit.
I'm not quite sure where you go with this. On the side of the bus, you talk about the amount of money we give the EU.
If we left the EU, we'd have £350 million. You're saying we had that money in 2019 before we'd left the EU.
Also in that time, of course, the UK's debt and deficit have both increased as well. So you need to look, again, you need to look at things in the round.
When you talk to people who voted Brexit, who might feel upset 10 years on that they didn't get what they wanted, they don't necessarily blame their vote. They blame the politicians who are in charge of it. Do you wish that you or more of Vote Leave were in charge of that?
What I'm pleased about is the fact that Brexit's actually brought back control to the UK, taken back control, but also restored accountability of politicians. For me, that's a crucial point. That now when a government's elected with a majority, they alone are responsible for what happens during their time in office. And I think that accountability is very strong to restoring trust in politics.
This guy is amazing.
For Lord Elliot, the man behind...
Imagine getting tricked by this guy. I don't know. Like, he reminds me of Stephen Miller. Maybe it's just because of, like, the overall, like, vibe of him being bald and kind of smarmy. But I just can't imagine actively being tricked by a guy so bad at lying and so visibly untrustworthy.
Vote Leave, Brexit has delivered. It brought back control and restored trust in politics. Travelling around the country, that's not what I found. Ultimately, his website was just a campaign, and a hugely successful one at that. But winning the argument is one thing, delivering on the promises is another. We found the results of Brexit are mixed. The NHS has adapted.
I think I know exactly where he's standing. If only I could see like 7 or 8 more camera angles of him on this street, I think I could really confirm whether or not he's where I think he is. But of course here, they're not going to do that for me.
The promises is another. We found the results of Brexit are mixed. The NHS has adapted but isn't in great shape. We have greater controls over immigration, but it still dominates our politics. And our economy is worse off for leaving the EU. And so 10 years on, those broken promises have left the UK more disillusioned and divided than ever before. For me, it seems like that is the real legacy of Brexit.
No, you don't get it. He made the mess, but they were supposed to clean it up. Like, he advocated for the Brexit, but then the politicians who took over were supposed to just make it work. Gosh, it's so simple. Look at the crew credits. There's no way this is the entire crew. There's no way that all of that camera work was done by 2 people. If so, they definitely weren't paid enough. Very interesting video. I feel like I learned a lot from watching that, both from the video itself and from our UK chatters who could provide context. And I appreciate all of that. They shot every interview 4 times. Yeah. Okay, can you repeat that one more time? But make exactly the same face you made last time. Broken promises, more like malicious lies. Well, yes, but we've also watched videos from people, and this is why I said before about like it, even if there were people in the UK who claimed it was rigged, and obviously the Cambridge Analytica thing was a very big point back in the UK and also in the United States around that time in 2016. I think a lot of people have also in the UK, besides that guy on the muscle boat who was rich, been a lot more clear-eyed about the reality that the lies were not very convincing. At least the people that we've seen in some of these videos we've watched. Now, that's obviously not a big sample, but it does seem like anybody being realistic about it anywhere is a refreshing change of pace than when we get sometimes in those videos from like Trump voters. But although they're coming around too. But that being said, I think a lot of the people who we've heard have admitted that the lies just were not very convincing. They just wanted to believe them because of like the kind of racist fervor that was building up in the country. And when you really look at it through clear eyes, you can't really say that the lies were very even well crafted. And so that is just the reality of it. A lot of the lying was being done primarily by people in their own heads, whether it was about the obvious consequences of it not being what they were, or about the people who were telling them what they wanted to hear being trustworthy, or even just capable of delivering what they were saying. Because a lot of the far right figures just are not effective administrators of the state, which we've talked about before. Like in a lot of more liberal countries, the people are afraid that even if they like what the far right is saying, that they just don't know how to do math. And at the end of the day, you kind of just need to know how to do math to be the leader of a country. And so they do feel a lot of times like, like for example, a Hurt Weilers will not be like an effective administrator of the state. And so, and they're right. Look at Donald Trump. Like there is just a certain level of professionalism you have to be the top bureaucrat or politician of a country. But yeah, I think people people do need to take responsibility about lying to themselves if there is going to be any change, because without being able to say like, well, why did I believe that? Not like, oh, he tricked me. I was tricked, when the lie was so hard to believe. It's just, it's part of growth, being like, well, maybe I wanted to believe it more than they really wanted to trick me. Because we've talked about like Donald Trump not really being a very effective liar. Look at how he answers questions about Epstein. And what does that mean about our society that so many people could believe him? And there are different reasons why lots of people believed him, but a lot of them are independent of how convincing he is, right? Some of those reasons are because we have a 2-party system. And I'm sorry about making this about the US, even though we were just talking about the UK, but I'm just saying, right? maybe this will resonate with you no matter where you are. Part of why people believe Donald Trump in America was because we have a two-party system. And when you only have two choices, and one of those choices you've already had and they've disappointed you, then you're just going to give a lot more credence to the other choice, because otherwise you won't have any choices. And so there's just a willingness to believe that there are two actual choices that can sometimes override your decision making. Some of it is because he just happens to fit a lot of the idolized role within our society, not oftentimes very well if you look into his past, but he's like a white guy. He's, I guess, kind of tall. He's more importantly a successful businessman. He was on television and a celebrity. And our society just tells you that you kind of have to trust those things, even if the person who is embodying those roles is clearly some kind of grifter, even if they are like, if they are successful. And so a lot of people, like I said, come pre-groomed for certain types of lies, certain types of liars, in ways that if they were able to, and this is not really a possibility, but if they were able to think about the situation objectively, they would wonder like how they ever believed something so obviously untrue. And that's just, and questioning yourself about that is just part of like actively, immunizing yourself from that exact same thing to happen to you, like putting all the blame on the trickster. And I'm not saying that people should take personal responsibility, although in this case I am kind of saying that when it comes to the ineffective lying of like the far right, because it's just part of like breaking yourself out of like bias, because at some point you have to recognize like, no, you were so biased that you believed a very obvious lie, as opposed to the lie being so good. Because people still say that about Elon Musk being very convincing. I'm like, no, he really just isn't. You just want to believe. Enjoy your run to the pharmacy. Do your yoga. He was also in Home Alone 2. We are also just very dumb, partially illiterate. Well, I mean, functionally. But we're illiterate in a lot of ways. We're like socially illiterate. We're symbolically illiterate. We're like literally illiterate. Like they say in Wonka, when they made Willy Wonka be unable to read for some reason, which is like the funniest plot point in that movie, when they made like Timothy Chalamet's Willy Wonka just illiterate for some reason. Doesn't really matter. But yeah, I mean, but that's all downstream from, I think, how alienated we are from each other. Like a lot of that illiteracy is just about really not seeing the value in communicating with each other earnestly, I think, too. And so like that's encompassed by a lot of stuff, not just like illiteracy, but devaluation of different types of knowledge and different types of expertise. Like a lot of people just hate each other. And so what's the point of like knowing how to read when you're just going to privilege your own thoughts anyway? And we're not that good at video games. People are literate about things that they pretend to care about sometimes. Ooh, what should we do next? Something fun? More videos of cops falling down? Do you have one of those, Brandon? No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have got you excited. Oh, but we can do some videos, well, a video about James O'Keefe in his, I guess, Project Veritas successor, maybe coming into some legal troubles because of what they were doing at polling places. Because, Project Veritas is that organization that does those stings. The most famous one, well, I mean, not the most famous one, but one of the most notable ones, I should say, being the one that got Acorn shut down, which is really just to say that like Obama shut down Acorn because of a bad faith operation done by I should say Democrats shut down Acorn after a bad faith operation done by James O'Keefe to try to appease, or seemingly to try to appease, the right. But, he's done a lot of things since then. He did that honeypot operation that got that Bureau of Prisons guy to admit that Ghislaine Maxwell probably got a cushy like quid pro quo deal from Todd Blanche. And then that guy went back and said like, I didn't really say that. And they're like, we have you on video. And he was like, well, I didn't really mean that, nor do I have any knowledge that would make that the truth, only just an opinion I have. And I don't know, we haven't heard from him since, so who knows what he's up to. But either way, he's still out there doing things. He disappeared no, that's not true. He was fired or kicked out and maybe sued by, you'll forgive me for not remembering the details, of Project Veritas, because he was using all of their money to do like plays. It was really weird. Like, he's like a theater kid, and so he likes a lot of like plays and creative stuff like Ben Shapiro, and so he was using a lot of their money for stuff like that, and they didn't appreciate that because it's supposed to be for like right-wing propaganda, and so like they had a falling out. So now he has a whole new thing, and he was doing one of his bits at the polling places, and he might be in trouble for it. So let's just check it out.
An undercover video could land a handful of activists in legal trouble. Members of the group, once known as Project Veritas, pretended to be Minnesota voters during the primary. CBS News Minnesota reporter Esme Murphy has more.
The video begins with members of the Florida group now calling themselves the Citizens Justice League in what they call Muslim costumes, using fake accents and claiming to be Minnesota voters.
It's about the vouching program, yeah? If I vouch...
This is going to sound bad, but he should consider this. He looks pretty good like this. Like, see, they're trying to be racist, but if anything, they're proving like how well Muslims dress, right? Because like this fit is kind of like sick, right? The guy in the white, not the dude dressed up in the full burqa, but like the one in the white is like, that's like a kind of sick fit. It's like, you really don't like this at all?
It's about the vouching program, yeah? If I vouch for them, registered, but they are not registered, that's okay, that's fine. Can I bring 5 more from up to 8 people?
Minnesota's 53-year-old voucher law is intended to help people who just moved here vote. It allows a registered voter to vouch that someone lives where they say they do. The law does not allow people to impersonate real Minnesota voters.
This is the vote. The name
this is against the law, dumbass.
And does that look correct?
Can you say your name for us?
Yeah. It's like these people forget that voter fraud is against the law because they lie about it. And just saying it's a prank doesn't immunize you from committing a crime. Like, the only people who commit voter fraud really are like Republicans who do stuff like this and who want to vote for Trump 3 times. But it's a crime, obviously. Like, only they have lied to themselves. And this happens occasionally with Republicans, where they lie to themselves so much about something not being a crime because they want to like propagandize to each other that they actually commit it. And then they go like, I just assumed that this wasn't a crime. But like, no, yeah, voter fraud is a crime. It's just no one does it. Like, no one does it but you guys.
This is the vote. The name is William.
The last name?
Pomerantz.
And does that look correct?
Can you say your name for us?
Will Pomerantz.
Your name is Will Pomerantz.
Yes.
This is the real William Pomerantz, who on Election Day kept getting odd messages.
I actually had a student contact me that had showed me what was online about my identity being misrepresented. So that was pretty much a shock.
The group members did not go ahead with voting illegally.
Kudos to the poll workers. They reported it afterwards, and frankly, I got to vote that evening without a problem. So, the voting process in my mind works. So
the name is William.
The last name?
They used a real person's name too, I guess. Yeah, because you have to, obviously. Oh, shit. Oh, my gosh. That's a terrible idea. Jesus, they stole his identity and did voter fraud. But it's just a prank, bro. He might actually go to jail for that. That's crazy. Do not do that, folks. Do not get so hopped up on right-wing propaganda. This is how they alienate their audiences from like their communities. They get them so hopped up on their propaganda like this that they forget that crimes are crime, and then they commit those crimes and don't understand why people are like, kind of upset about it.
But this man, whose real name is James O'Keefe, may have put himself in legal jeopardy.
It's illegal in the state of Minnesota to impersonate another voter, and this is apparently what O'Keefe did.
Schultz, Pomerantz, and
recorded
the Secretary
it.
of State all say the video shows the system worked.
But as I read the law, you can't impersonate another registered voter, and that's exactly what they appear to have filmed themselves doing.
They self-snitched.
Thanks to Esme Murphy for that report.
No, come on, they self-snitched too. They love doing that. This is the same as with the fucking Andrew Tate situation, where they're like, oh, but Muslims do this all the time. It's like, even if they do, even if like Mexican mules do this all the time, A, you got caught, obviously, but B, they don't record themselves doing it, bro. They don't self-snitch like this. They're just committing the crime. Dude, like, I don't know. I think this is a clear-cut case. I'm not a lawyer, but he recorded himself doing it. They got to throw the book at this guy. I think that Will Pomeroy guy has got to, like, they stole his identity to do voter fraud, to make a point online. So stupid. So dumb. Man. We have to look into like why he got ousted from Project Veritas, because I do want to follow up on that, because it was something funny and I can't remember if they sued him. Where is it? Yes, controversy. Project Veritas controversy. Well, that probably won't get me exactly what I'm thinking of, but what I really want to know. I mean, since I did pull this up, I can also read to you like the Acorn situation, because just so you have a little bit more context for it. So in 2009, they released heavily edited videos falsely accusing the community organization Acorn of helping tax evasion, causing its federal funding loss and closure. Now, again, I think that absolves our government too much, because it was just a bad faith attack, and they basically just did it because of the political backlash, which is not a courageous or in any way justifiable move to go like a bad faith attack that is fraudulent. And Acorn did, the investigation did clear Acorn, and Project Veritas had to pay settlements and defamation. But to get rid of the organization because of backlash, even though it was based on fraudulent and proven false information, is just one of the signs that Democrats are not like about that life and haven't been for a long time. Like, they will just abandon you if they feel like it's politically advantageous, even if you're just 100% in the right. But yeah, no, I wanted to read more of the oh yeah, they also did the Ashley Biden diary, which caused a grand jury investigation. Yeah, but this is the thing I want to hear about James O'Keefe. Where is it? No, go back. Just go to the Wikipedia page. Probably for the best. He was removed by the board of directors. O'Keefe, like, yeah, lawsuit. Here we go. Can I actually read this Washington Post article? Okay, looks like I can. Perfect. From Will Sumner. Project Veritas sues founder James O'Keefe over his messy departure. The right-wing group, known for its undercover videos, also alleges its former chairman lavished donor money on his own expenses. In February, conservative undercover video activist James O'Keefe left the nonprofit he founded, Project Veritas, amid a dispute with his board over his spending and treatment of employees. Then he launched his own comeback media tour. O'Keefe told Donald Trump advisor turned podcaster Stephen K. Bannon that he had been removed, and announced on radio host Mark Levin's show that he had been ousted. In an appearance on comedian Russell Brand's podcast, oh shit, our worlds are colliding, O'Keefe said he had been thrown out. Sometimes O'Keefe implied he had been fired at the behest of Pfizer, the pharmaceutical giant and coronavirus vaccine manufacturer that he had targeted in a sting. All this came as a surprise to the Project Veritas board, according to a lawsuit it filed Wednesday against O'Keefe. Project Veritas insists that its founder remained an employee until barely 2 weeks ago, even as he set up a rival organization. Now Project Veritas is alleging that O'Keefe broke a non-disparagement clause in other parts of his employment contract during his messy exit from the organization. The lawsuit filed in the Southern District of New York includes claims that O'Keefe spent large sums of donors' money on himself, allegedly including a $150,000 bill on luxury black car service and $10,000 on a helicopter flight to Maine. Being known as the founder of an organization does not entitle the person to run amok and put his own interest ahead of that organization, the complaint reads. O'Keefe did not respond to requests for comments. In a statement to the Washington Post, Project Veritas said it is facing many challenges that are familiar to young organizations. Wait. Well, no, I want to hear about the part. Hey, here we go. Because there's definitely something to do with like a theater production, or am I just totally misremembering that? It's not in this. I have to look it up, because I feel like I'm not misremembering this. The black car service is crazy though. Can't you just take a normal color car? Oh yeah, here we go. I thought so. I was like, there's no way that I was totally remembering this wrong. Where is it? Oh, don't tell me after. Oh no, you're killing me, Smalls. I can't read the article, but it did exist. Oh, wait, here it is. Maybe I can read it, Business Insider. This is important stuff. Project Veritas CEO James O'Keefe starred in a video parody of a 1981 Prince song. Concerns about using company resources on theater stuff were recently brought up in a staff memo. The CEO of Project Veritas, a conservative nonprofit media outlet that often uses clandestine methods or sting operations for its reporting, played a starring role in a parody of the late Prince's hit 1981 song "Controversy," in which James O'Keefe sings about his company's exploit. Okay, blah blah blah. I don't care about this. We're not going to watch the video because they'll definitely get the stream demonetized because it'll have like the backing sound probably. In a memo sent to Project Veritas board members Monday, staff members said they were concerned about how O'Keefe spent company resources, including personnel and money, to indulge his musical theater aspirations. All the theater stuff and how it is handled makes me very uneasy. A comment in the letter signed by 16 employees said, "Damn, you know how much you have to be into musical theater to make 16 people concerned? That's wild." He was really into musical theater. Like, he was so into musical theater that it made people worried. Like, your one friend who's too into steampunk, right? You're like, wow, that guy is like too into it. I understand it is rationalized as raising awareness of our brand, but the cost of that, both in a financial sense as well as personnel and resources, become priority over why donors actually give us money. The note also claimed that the company was in a deficit now and that fans and potential fans beyond do not respond positively to all of that stuff because all they want is for us to carry out the mission. The mission of, like, falsifying evidence of like liberal organizations' wrongdoing. The company said in its filing that O'Keefe had not paid back those funds as of the end of 2021, which executives are required to do whenever they receive excess benefits. A Project Veritas spokesperson told the Times that O'Keefe had paid them off last year. The contents of the staff memo, which were first reported by the Daily Beast, includes more than 7 pages of grievances about what the letter called O'Keefe's erratic behavior. One comment claimed James has become a power-drunk tyrant, while other statements alleged that 2 employees, including Eric Cochran, who's identified as an insider activist by the organization, were subjected to a lie detector test. Oh, he's going Cash Patel on them. That's crazy. I guess when you run an organization like the FBI or like a clandestine right-wing PSYOP group, you do become kind of paranoid and you start to think that other people are going to be doing it to you, because that's like the psychology of being involved in that world. You even see that with people who have a gun. If I'm not mistaken, they've done tests that show that when you carry a gun on you, you overestimate how many other people are also armed, because it gives you a kind of like paranoia and hyper awareness. And so I could see that happening in these organizations. Like, you just want to think everyone else is also a spy. O'Keefe exhibited concerns about there being a mole leaking information about the organization, the memo stated, and a majority of the staff were required to go to Project Veritas's New York headquarters to be interrogated by 2 private investigators. That's funny. That's great. Good stuff. I feel the same way about bow staffs. Usually you can tell someone had the bow staff with them, unless they have it like kind of like how the shooter for Charlie had it down their pant leg, so they had like a little bit of a limp. All right, let's turn it over to the chat, see how people are feeling, and then we can maybe do some other news. What that is, I have not decided yet, but I do have options. Oh, Maybe we'll jump right into the meta trial, or we could do this thing about Elon Musk's power plant, or we could catch up on some of the stories coming out of the USS Abraham Lincoln, because now we're in kind of like a propaganda, anti-propaganda phase of this particular, I don't know, conflict, but it's all involving our own Navy and our own Navy leadership, because there are now more stories coming out from various intermediaries about how the Hexit and the Trumps are lying about what's going on the ships, obviously, at least in some people's opinion. However, I am craving Pocky now. Also, another ship was stuck in the South China Sea for a while. Yeah, Elon Musk's Memphis poison plant. I think that's probably what I'm talking about too. But let's do a few chats first. I feel like I've been ignoring you all. Drew Doblinger 658, thank you for the $2 super chat. No way Trump hasn't voted twice since being president. I think the president should be allowed to vote twice. Once as a private citizen and one as like the president. Abraham Sinkin. Bow-legged, that's a good one. It reminds me of how much I really liked that Netflix She-Ra, the one that was really like, I mean this positively, like really gay, the really gay one. That one was really good. It's like how like Steven Universe is also like super gay, but I love it. Not even but I love it, which is why I love it. But Bo was one of my favorite characters in that. I love that one. I actually didn't care so much for the new Master of the Universe movie. Pocky etouffee, Pocky on a bun. I can't see, if you have a whole, I don't know, what's it called? A whole commissary full of Pocky. I don't know how I can expect you to be in a bad mood. As a weeb, that's all I ever wanted. Wasn't there a USS George Bush? Oh yeah, there's that. Or was that the one in the China Sea? We'll get to that. There's also the USS Boxer, which who knows what's going on there. I thought the movie was not as good as I was expecting it. I liked the beginning part where he was just He-Man in the real world. I thought it was really fun. If it had been more like that, I think I would have really appreciated it. I found the stuff in Eternia to be kind of like meh, whatever. I didn't even care for Jared Leto as, well, I mean, I never care for Jared Leto in anything. People were defending him for years as an actor, and I really never got it at all. Like, I think everything I've seen him in, at best, he has not been a net negative. And at worst, he's been a distraction from the rest of the movie. And I really don't even understand why they put him in anything. I always say, like, 30 Seconds to Flop should be the name of Jared Leto's band. And now he has all that cult stuff. Oh, you know what? Actually, I will say, I didn't think he was a net negative in this, but I still question the casting decision. I did not mind him in the WeWork documentary as the WeWork guy. However, I don't think he was a good WeWork guy. I think he was almost doing more of a Tommy Wiseau in that. And even though I don't care for the WeWork guy, I don't think it's fair to cast Jared Leto, considering everything that's going on with him, as a guy, who is guilty of less things than Jared Leto is. I think that if I were having someone represent me in a movie and it was like Bill Cosby or like something like that, I would feel like, come on. I mean, I'm just guilty of maybe a little like investor situation. Like how you have like Jared Leto. Yeah, you have Jared Leto playing me. That's not fair. That's going to really make people feel like, he was in Fight Club, yeah, but he wasn't like a big role in Fight Club. He was just that guy who got his ass beat in that one scene. Or like OJ, yeah. I liked Anne Hathaway in that. I did like the WeWork movie. That was also a really odd casting choice. Requiem for a Dream was good, but not really because of Jared Leto. I mean, he's just not good in stuff. I hate to tell you, he's just not good in stuff. I mean, I can't say he was exactly the problem with Morbius, right? Morbius had other problems, but he's just not good in stuff. He was good in Requiem for a Dream. That's fine. You can say that he's good in one thing then. He was in Safe Room? What? No. Oh, I'm thinking of Panic Room. I was like, I was like, he's not in Panic Room. That's Forrest Whitaker. I know it's easy to get them confused, but that was Forrest Whitaker. It's Morbin time. He is in Panic Room? No way. Oh, you know what? Actually, I also don't mind him in Urban Legends. I always forget that that's Jared Leto in Urban Legends. I don't know who I think it is. I think sometimes in my head, I think it's the guy who plays Jess from Gilmore Girls, Milo Ventimiglia, the one who's like also Peter Petrelli in Heroes. I should rewatch Heroes. But yeah, I forget that he's the guy. He's the journalist in Urban Legends. But to be fair, like I'm not so interested in the journalist in Urban Legends. That's one of my favorite like 90s era like Scream ripoff movies. Milo, did I say something different than Milo? Or is that not his name? I don't remember. He plays Peter Petrelli in what you call it? Frickin' blah 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 Heroes. Lord of War is terrible. I mean, come on. We have no water. Where? I mean, that could be, you could be any number of places saying that. Yeah, R.I.P. Hayden. I liked her in, she was also, no, is she in Scream 4? Does she not play the lady in Scream 4? I can't recall. But if she does, I liked her in that too. RIP to a real one. You had the biggest crush on her? Oh, that's sweet. Or maybe it's not. I don't know. The Scream TV show was pretty good too. Kirby, yeah. And comes back for Scream 6. Yeah, I never saw Scream 7 because of the situation with Melissa Barrera. But I mean, I didn't even mind Scream 5 and 6. I thought they were fine. I don't mind watching things that aren't very good, or I wouldn't defend them as art, but certainly I didn't mind them. I didn't even mind the new I Know What You Did Last Summer movie. I mean, the worst thing about modern slasher movies is that, in my opinion, they're not sleazy enough. But I mean, I recognize that I'm going to be in the minority when it comes to stuff like that. I'm used to being the minority of a lot of things. If you ask me, it's just the way to be. Sure. Yeah, let's get into this Elon Musk poison plant or whatever it's called. Data center. I'm interested because, you know, SpaceX went public and SpaceX also includes XAI for reasons that we've talked about in the past. Artificially inflate the value. You're supposed to say the words while coughing. I didn't do that, but it's to artificially inflate the value or the sense of value in a company. Doesn't really matter. It didn't work for too long. But it's okay. My stock decisions haven't been working out either, but that's Trump's fault. This is Elon's fault. The new Final Destination was sleazy enough. I don't think it was that sleazy. The gore effects were pretty good. Oh, I thought this was a commercial. I thought this was a commercial. I was like, no, I have premium. I put premium on, but it's not a commercial. It's just Grok. Have you guys ever used Grok? I won't judge you if you say yes. I have never used Grok. I've used other AIs because I've been forced to for work. But I've never used Grok before. And my perception based on data is that I'm not the only one, and that's why it's not doing so well, but whatever. I'm gonna just skip past this part and read it because it's unnecessary. We all know that people don't watch the screen sometimes. So it's like a whole little bit where they're pretending to search Grok or maybe really searching Grok to understand where Grok is located. In this case, it's primarily in the greater Mississippi area. So I'm not going to read all this. I'll just tell you there are two major processing or data centers for Grok or for XAI, Colossus 1 and Colossus 2. The Colossus one is apparently the one that is in Memphis. I don't necessarily know where the second one is. The reality about those data centers, though, that you need to understand, less when it comes to the pollution and more when it comes to XAI, is that the majority of the computation being done there is not even for Grok, because people don't use Grok. It's being like leased out to, oh gosh, you guys reminded me last time, another AI company, either ChatGPT or Claude, on a actually pretty short term, unfavorable to XAI contract. This is like a separate point for like the pollution, but it is important to understand that like it's not even a Grok really processing plant. It's a ChatGPT plant or whatever. It's now asking, does it pollute the air? Can we just get to the actual talking? Of course it pollutes the air, brother. Of course. The only question is like, how bad is it for you? Oh, and it's loud.
A high-pitched whistle.
Anthropic, thank you.
And a hum that doesn't stop. Columns of heat bleed into the air, and all surrounded by barbed wire and guards, with trucks in and out, all day long. This complex in South Haven, Mississippi, hidden from view behind black fencing and trees, is the engine that powers Grok, Elon Musk's controversial chatbot, which has been criticized for deepfake sexual imagery and racist content. And now, it's even playing a part in the war in Iran, halfway around the world.
Yeah, bro, it fucking sucks. Like, I have never seen Grok do anything productive, right? Obviously, some of you will say that other AIs aren't doing anything productive either. And that might be true depending on what you feel is productive, but I have literally never seen anyone do anything productive or meaningful with Grok. The vast majority of Grok usage is people arguing through like a seemingly objective source by like asking Grok to make an argument for them with a very obviously loaded question, as opposed to just saying it themselves, because it gives them an air of like legitimacy that otherwise they wouldn't have, even though we know AI is always hallucinating, or it's like sexualizing images of other people. Like, I've literally never seen it do anything positive, or that could not even like could be done with just Google, just something that was, you know, objectively a positive usage.
But to Crystal Polk,
it's very emotional because this is where I grew up.
The most profound impact is just across the street. At her family's ancestral home, there's no escaping the noise, much less the exhaust from dozens of gas-fired turbines. It's all ignited outrage in a town that never had a say when the complex first broke ground about a year ago. Crystal's family was here long before that.
This land was acquired at a time where African Americans weren't really allowed to have land. And so when my parents first moved here, KKK was written on the road.
And now, decades later, how do you interpret what's going on here through that lens?
I kind of feel invaded in the same way that they didn't even reach out or try to negotiate or say that we're here and this is why we're here.
The plant is called Colossus. It generates power from Musk's massive Grok data centers, which he calls macro hard and macro harder, less than a mile away, just over the state line in Tennessee.
All right, I need you to go move along, please.
It was just last August that his XAI started the Colossus build-out with 27 methane gas turbines mounted on wheels, which under Mississippi law makes them temporary. And that means they're exempt from permitting or even controls on their emissions.
Gotta love the law.
This is what it looked like back in February, when MS Now reporting partner Floodlight News attached a thermal camera to a drone and captured towers venting into the air.
We actually watched this. We watched this on PBS Terra because they did a cross promotion with this organization. I don't know if you remember, but we actually did watch this very specific piece of information. So I'm interested to see how it's changed.
Attached a thermal camera to a drone and captured towers venting into the air. Since then, XAI admitted in a regulatory order the number of turbines on site has more than doubled to 69. Only 14 of which are equipped with technology that limits emissions of fine particulate matter linked to heart attack and asthma.
It's just a massive industrial build out. It's really horrific what they're doing to my community. It's shameful. It's really disheartening to see all of the destruction that's occurred.
Shannon Samsa grew up in South Haven. She and a coalition of neighbors have been tracking the plant's growth. A recent Reuters analysis found the output of fewer than half the turbines blows past federal guidelines for nitrogen and carbon emissions. Another study commissioned by the Southern Environmental Law...
I'm sorry, and that red perforated line is the threshold? Wow. Okay. I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot higher than the threshold.
Guidelines for nitrogen and carbon emissions. Another study commissioned by the Southern Environmental Law Center found the pollution plume disproportionately impacts poor communities of color in DeSoto County, Mississippi, and in urban neighborhoods of South Memphis, Tennessee.
I can't believe that.
Air pollution doesn't have boundaries,
Elon?
right? Like, it doesn't understand.
Elon, a great replacement theory, Elon. A gamer salute, Elon. Could you imagine this? No, not Elon.
Of South Memphis, Tennessee.
Air pollution doesn't have boundaries, right? Like, it doesn't understand there's not a giant brick wall in the sky that just blocks the air pollution. So there's a lot of people who may live in neighboring cities who don't understand that they're also going to be impacted by this.
In the areas with the highest concentration of pollutants, researchers found the population is 73% black and estimated the plant's emissions might cause nearly 3 premature deaths every year. Pastor Robert Tipton runs the local chapter of the NAACP.
So, of course, somebody like me that grew up around racism would think that by them putting this plant in a pretty much black area / low-income area, certainly I would think race is involved. Do they feel like black people deserve to know what's going on even? Those are questions that we, not just me, that we have in this community.
From here, you can see only a small slice of this sprawling facility, and I still can count at least 8 exhaust stacks towering out of these methane turbines. And yes, it's loud, but it's also very, very hot. And in fact, you can see the heat gushing out of those stacks into the Mississippi sky.
The law is very clear. If you're going to operate a power plant to that size, you have to get permits. You have a data center who is putting strain on water infrastructure.
Bray Connor heads up the Center for Environmental and Climate Justice at the NAACP, which this April filed suit against XAI and its Colossus affiliate, demanding the court find them in violation of the Clean Air Act. That would subject them to fines and possibly even a forced shutdown of the entire plant.
What's been the... They have a lot of lawsuits against them. I cannot recall if it was SpaceX generally or XAI specifically that also has that lawsuit about unpaid construction fees against it for one of their facilities. I think it actually is for one of these, like maybe Colossus too, from that like local millionaire. Like it's the way you become the world's richest man, but it is just like a crazy seeming amount of lawsuits against them.
Response from XAI to all this?
To keep adding methane gas turbines. Since we filed our case, they've added almost a dozen more methane gas turbines. And I think that that's why it's so important for us to continue to fight. Because if we do not, there are companies like XAI who are not going to feel like they have to have any level of accountability unless the court actually comes out and tells them, no, you cannot operate in this way.
But here's where things get strange for the people of South Haven, because the Trump administration has weighed in. The Department of Justice says the war in Iran was managed in part by Grok. This filing in response to the South Haven.
Wow, it's dark, but someone has to say it. That explains why it's going after little girls, though, right? We've read a lot of stories about that, too. And when you tell me that Grok is making decisions, it explains why it's going after little girls immediately to me. Also, why it's not working. So it explains those two things. Those two facts become very, explicable. The fact that we've lost this war and that it went after little girls immediately. You tell me Grok is responsible. I go, oh, yeah, of course. I believe that Trump was responsible too, but now it's really a parallel amount of viability.
The suit claims Musk's AI bot processed the targeting for at least 2,000 American missiles in 96 hours. The Pentagon's argument? Shut down the gas plant and you paralyze Grok. And that, they say, directly threatens our ongoing national security interests. So the DOJ's conclusion is simple. Just throw out the case.
But we know that what they're doing is against the Clean Air Act, but even still allow them to illegally.
Justin Pearson, I know you guys know this guy. This is crazy, though. Maybe shutting down Grok is the right decision, though. Maybe we'll do better. Could you imagine if the NAACP manages to get this plant shut down and then we suddenly start winning the war in Iran, just overnight?
But we know that what they're doing is against the Clean Air Act, but even still allow them to illegally pollute and kill people in this community because we need it to go and kill people in Iran. That's what the administration has asked us to do.
Justin Pearson is a Tennessee state representative, now running for Congress.
It's asinine. The Department of Justice, that's supposed to be protecting our civil rights and our liberties, supposed to be protecting our human rights, like the right to clean air, clean water, and clean soil, instead is being used as a tool of a billionaire and of a billion-dollar company against white people, black people, folks in Mississippi, folks in Tennessee. This is not the way that government is supposed to operate and function.
I'm not just a representative, I'm also a constituent.
In July, Pearson attended a meeting led by the NAACP.
That it will cost $300 million in damage.
Where Connor offered an update on the case. And when it comes to the endless construction and noise, a new online statement from XAI sheds a little light. The company now says it'll replace all 69 temporary turbines with 41 permanent ones as it builds yet another data center and what it calls the world's largest integrated supercomputer. It says those permanent turbines will meet EPA pollution guidelines, but it'll take another year before they've installed them. We care deeply, the company added, about being good neighbors. But XAI didn't respond to MS Now's request for comment, nor did the
Sorry, I just had to pause it there. And you'll say that I pause it all the time, even when I definitely don't have to pause it. But it's just so funny for him to say that. Because do you remember when he first took over X and he put up that huge, X-shaped, by X, I mean Twitter. And he put up that huge X-shaped floodlight on the building that was poorly secured to the roof and also was way too many lumens that totally had to be taken down because everyone in the neighborhood complained. He's a terrible neighbor.
Governors of Mississippi or Tennessee, the mayor of South Haven, or the Department of Justice. The EPA did respond, saying it had no comment. For now, the future seems as hazy as the air over Colossus.
What used to be there?
Trees, wildlife, owls, deer, birds, blueberry bushes, blackberry bushes, nature.
Crystal once planned to retire at her family's home, but life there is now so unbearable.
Sorry, Bambi. I needed to sexualize women without their consent more effectively, so fuck off. We had to build this pollution factory. I can't jack off to blueberries. I'm not that kind of pervert.
Planned to retire at her family's home, but life there is now so unbearable, she's been forced to abandon it.
It's replaced by power lines and noise and barbed wire, and it's just, nature is just gone.
What would you say to
Elon
Musk if
depressing.
you were standing here right now?
That I am a person. We are
Fuck
people.
you.
We
Oh,
do
I'm sorry.
matter. I think good always outwins evil. It may not be today, it may not be tomorrow, but good eventually wins. It's always been my philosophy.
I would truly hope to like never run into Elon Musk because his vibes are so odious, and I'd be afraid that I would have some kind of like instinctual like negative reaction, like I'd start like vomiting. But I truly like, I don't even know what I would say to him, right? I think it would, yeah, it would just be like, it would be something really like basic. Like, I don't have any argument. Like, I don't want to make like an argument. I don't want to debate Elon. It would just be something like really, really like vulgar. Like, I don't have any, like, yeah, I don't have like any real like argument to make. Like I said, if I saw Candace, I'd be like, hey yo, Candace, who shot Charlie? But yeah, no, I what do you even say? What? I could not defeat him in the marketplace of ideas. Fight or flight would kick in. Yeah, I think I would just start like vomiting. Like I think it would just be like, before I even saw him, I would just feel his aura. Like whatever the opposite of like Supreme Emperor's hockey is in fucking One Piece, and I would immediately just start like vomiting and foaming from the mouth. You aren't a real gamer. And Candace would respond, "Oh no, a black." No, Candace would absolutely take a photo with me. I think that there's literally, but for being incredibly rude to her, and like, or her just not taking photos with people, even if she knew that I made like leftist content, she would not have a problem taking a photo with me because she's not that kind of person. I don't think that she's in it for the love of the game. Like I don't think she has those kinds of values. She's obviously a bigot, right, of all different types, but I don't think like that kind. I would say like shine bright like a Charlie. All right, let's turn over to the let's turn over to the tech news. From one tech company to another tech company. So Meta is currently facing trial after being sued by four states in the United States over getting kids addicted to Facebook and Instagram. I mean, I do think that it's going to create an unnecessary hurdle, if not legally, but in people's minds to use the word addiction, because a lot of people will want to play a semantic game for one reason or another. Some reason I think would be totally legitimate in the sense that we do have a society where addiction, like other mental health and public health issues, has been heavily stigmatized in such a way that is not oftentimes helpful and oftentimes misrepresents what like true addiction in some people's minds looks like. And so I do recognize that some people will take umbrage, rightfully so, with the term addiction. I also do recognize some people will just be playing a semantic game because they want to make this seem like less of a social problem than it is by implying that anything that you could be unhealthily dependent on in a way that like creates negative consequences in your life could not be considered an addiction. Like they want to over focus on like the chemical addiction and not what people really mean, which is like unhealthy dependency on something. Like you're hooked on it. Maybe not like chemically, but psychologically, psychosocially, you're hooked on it. And you know, I don't think that we can disagree, especially since they've mostly admitted it, that social media companies are trying to do that to you with their algorithm. The only real question is like, should we have values as a country? Should we actually have values as a country? Oh, you know, I hate to change topics immediately, but I do think we should do this story first because it is related to, and I apologize for not remembering, it's related to AI in teenagers. And so it will kind of be a good bridge to talking about the Meta case as well, from talking about XAI and its pollution. ChatGPT, or I should say OpenAI, has just launched a teens only. Don't worry, you're gonna hate this. They just launched like a teen version of their ChatGPT with better safety rails. So let's hear about what that entails. I want to hear what this teens only ChatGPT.
Welcome back to The Takeout. Yet another artificial intelligence frontier opens. OpenAI has launched its new ChatGPT for teens. The company says this new model is meant for kids between the ages of 13 and 17 and provides stronger protections and increased learning features to help students with their schoolwork. Axios chief technology correspondent Ina Fried joins me now. She is also the author of the daily Axios AI Plus newsletter. We'll get to the learning component of this in a second, Ina, but I read your piece, and there are all these protections in there to help teens avoid chatbot conversations about self-harm, eating disorders, violence, dangerous activities, sexually explicit or graphic content. There's a lot out there that OpenAI needs to protect kids from, which also sort of begs the question, is this a safe space if AI goes rogue, as we've read other stories about its roguish tendencies?
I think that is one of the questions that I think mostly parents are going to have to decide is, are these additional safeguards sufficient to me? And look, I have a young teen. It's something I think about. And then there's the counterpoint.
I do want to like compliment this person's Lego Simpson set back there. They have like the whole of Springfield back here. Roguish tendencies. So ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous framing, but let's hear more about it.
Mostly parents are going to have to decide is, are these additional safeguards sufficient to me? And look, I have a young teen. It's something I think about. And then there's the counterpoint, which is kids are probably going to use AI at some point. So is it better to have something that has added protections and really start to have that use and start to have that conversation about how to use AI effectively? And I think there are people on both sides. Some people say teens just shouldn't be using these at all. A lot of people say, well, teens are going to use them anyway, so let's build a safer experience.
And anyone who has raised children,
I will say, I don't think anyone should be using them. So this might make my opinion seem kind of like weird. I don't think that anyone should be using AI really, but I don't care if people do. Someone in the chat said that ChatGPT is not meant to make you help you think. Obviously not. It's the same situation with social media, right? The argument was that social media was meant to help you keep in contact with friends and maintain meaningful relationships that you have in real life, and FOMO, all the things related around that. Keep track of people. In reality, it just changed, amongst other social media platforms, it just changed our conception of what real friendship and what real relationships can be like. Some for the better, a lot for the worse, depending on where you stand on this particular issue. But it's undeniable that it changed the way we conceptualize, friendships in a way that has been something that we can't go back from, obviously. And so ChatGPT is not going to help you think. It's going to change the way you process information, the way you seek out information, the kinds of information and structures for information that you accept as reasonable. And part of what it's already doing is not, getting people used to better answers. It's getting people used to quicker answers that better flatter their ego, right? Quicker answers that better, tell people what they want to hear. And obviously, like if you're a sophisticated person, irrespective of all of the problems with the environmental concerns and stuff like that, you can find information via AI, but you could also find that same information via Google, right? And obviously, if you find it via AI, if you're sophisticated enough, that you should like double check it, whether you're using it to program or you're using it to like find information. You better check the sources to ensure that you're like getting the real stuff. So you might as well just only do that, obviously. But it's not without its uses, unless it's Grok. It's just something that, ultimately is going to change the way people conceptualize like what is or is not like meaningful information or evidence of stuff. And insofar that anyone has access to it, I don't know if like barring teenagers from having access is like a real legitimate solution. The same way, I don't know if barring teenagers from having access to social media is a real legitimate solution. The only real legitimate solution is actual like regulation of all these things via the government, because the safeguards from the companies are always going to be the thinnest safeguards possible to avoid making the chat GPT or whatever large language model not profitable for them by exploiting teenagers the way that they want to exploit them. Same with social media. Like the solution is always going to be that these things need like very, very, very heavy oversight in such a way that the incentives are not to make the safeguards such that they're easy to bypass, because otherwise teens won't use your chat GPT. They'll use some other, they'll use whatever character AI thing that they can get their hands on that allows them to have conversations that they're not allowed to have on you. Like, so the real solution is regulation. Whether that regulation eventually regulates this technology out of existence is, something that I can't say, but companies can't be responsible for safeguarding teenagers online.
Has teens, knows that there is a lot of emotions about the teenage years. It just comes with the territory. And there's emotional dependence issues and human-like relationships and sort of being answered back in a very complimentary or endearing way that chatbots sort of default to. That's also a concern, is it not?
It's a big one. And there was a study last year that showed that already lots of teens have some sort of AI companion. And that's one of the areas that the teen mode tries to deal with. It tries to be stricter about not giving ChatGPT a personality, not letting it pretend to emotions, not letting it pretend to be a friend. I still think it's a huge risk. I do think, teens are looking for relationships, they're looking for affirmation. And look, chatbots are endlessly patient. They don't bully. So I think there are a lot of things fundamentally that push towards having a relationship that can become unhealthy. I think they've done some smart things here, but I still will be interested to see how over time those protections hold up. Do those relationships form despite the safeguards?
And everyone that is in the teaching profession, whether you're in university or collegiate academics, you're worried about AI models basically doing all the work for the students, skipping over all of the fundamentals of pursuing knowledge, processing knowledge, and then repeating knowledge in your own words.
Which I think it's such a funny thing for people to criticize, because at the end of the day, they want AI to do that, but only once you're an adult, right? Is that not the central premise of AI? Is that not what all of the AI like CEOs are selling to you? That like all of your work and all of your expertise will be made like, will be made irrelevant because of AI. And that's what I kind of mean. Like, but they want that lesson to be something that the children, because in their minds that children should just be in their place, can't pick up on. All they're really saying is that like, we don't want AI to replace all of your work until you're 18. And then it's fine for it to replace all your work. In fact, it's desirable for it to replace all of your work, which doesn't really make any sense if you're being honest, but it's something that we have to pretend makes sense because it helps to validate what we imagine our society still is, which is a society that's like turning, young people into reasonable adults or adults that are capable of functioning in the real world. But the reality is our adults can't even function in the real world. And that's why we have this whole problem right here, right? Because it's not starting with teenagers or ending with teenagers. We just have an arbitrary divider, which is definitely, especially nowadays with our president. I do want to emphasize that this divider is not arbitrary, but for the purposes of what I'm talking about, it is an arbitrary divider where we go like, okay, AI can't do all your work, to, yeah, AI should do all your work because that's the best thing. And kids are picking up on that because they're not stupid. They're just not able to consent, Mr. President. I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure we got that in there in case he's watching.
On the schoolwork side, what does ChatGPT do to try to improve the learning experience?
So a lot of what it's doing here is building on a study mode they had and really trying to redirect those academic educational questions instead of just answering, kind of saying, seems like you're trying to learn this. Here's how to understand this concept. It can create quizzes. It can sort of help to be a better learning partner. And I think this really gets at the fundamental tension that you're talking about, which is there are a lot of people who believe AI can be great for education. I'm one of those. I think if you had a full education system where an AI was watching, where is the student learning? Where are they getting stuck? That would be great. That's not how AI has come into our educational system. It's come into our existing system and is mostly doing the homework for people. It's answering questions. So they've taken some steps to try and redirect those. But I suspect that teens who really want to use ChatGPT for answers will either be able to do it in the teen version, or again, I think one of the problems is if teens don't get what they want out of this product, they'll probably find something else that works for them better.
In about 25 seconds, I can hear parents saying to themselves right now, oh, great, another thing I have to worry about.
Yeah, I think this is something that parents really needed to be worried about already. And this is one possible answer. Again, I don't think it's a cure all, but I think we are better off having this product in the world than not, because teens are already using AI.
I mean, I don't necessarily disagree with the last point that they're making there. Although, I mean, I don't like the whole teens are already using AI. It is true. So I don't disagree with it. I just don't like that it's true. However, I would contend that any parent who said that is, in my opinion, a little too hands off, because there's no real way to use AI without to excess without being on your phone or some other piece of technology, in my opinion, to access, right? And so you would kind of have to just already be hands off, or have allowed your kid to just be on social media or some type of technology that is AI compatible all day without you kind the AI brought me down for talking trash about parents. Big AI is trying to silence me. Don't worry, it'll stabilize. They won't be able to take me down. I guarantee you. Replaced by a clone? Not yet. Maybe a shadow clone. I'm gonna tweet while I wait for the internet to stabilize. Never gonna break my stride. Never gonna hold me down. That's how it sounds in my head. That's what a clone would say, like 6th day. Quick, prove you aren't AI, take your shirt off. People complain. People say, Brandon, you're just trying to facilitate our bad ideas. Your video stats are fluctuating rapidly. I don't know why. Six Day is underrated, but it's not my favorite underrated. It's not my favorite underrated Arnold Schwarzenegger movie. My favorite underrated Arnold Schwarzenegger movie is The Eraser. I'm just checking my connection. I'm checking to see if they are. I'm checking to see if they are. If the tubes that make up my internet are clogged. It feels like they're clogged. Hercules in New York. Brandon, when you start suit streaming, I don't own a suit. I'm not going to start streaming in a suit. That's crazy. I'm not trying to say you're crazy if you stream in a suit. I'd say it's crazy for me to stream in a suit because I don't want to. Oh, the last action hero is pretty good. I should get a suit though, at least a blazer, just for work stuff. I tend to just go with sweater, but I'm getting up there in years, so I should have a suit. I'm not too beefy for a suit. People just wear those really tight suits because they think that it makes them look buffer, but I don't need to wear a really tight suit to make me look buff. I am buff. Like, the only people who wear really tight clothes to make themselves look buff are people who are just literally not buff. Like, I'm actually quite buff. Like, you know, someone said like sleeper build. That's only because you only see me in the context of this screen. You could never mistake me for somebody who's not buff in like real life. My connection better? It looks like it's better. Semi better. I actually want my other Red Bull. Give me a second. I'm going to put something on. I'm going to put the video about the meta situation on, and we'll take it from there. Child safety. Who doesn't love child safety? Jingle All the Way is a goated too.
We begin in the United States with a landmark trial that could reshape how young people use social media. The first trial stemming from a lawsuit filed by 30 U.S. states against tech giant Meta begins today. It alleges the company violated a slew of federal and state privacy laws for children. The states are seeking over $1 trillion in damages and are demanding wide-reaching changes to Meta apps like Facebook and Instagram.
The lawsuit filed against Meta accuses the social media giant of contributing to the youth mental health crisis. It accuses Meta of knowingly and deliberately designing features that get children addicted to its social media apps.
Essentially, what they're alleging is that Meta, you knew some things about your products, about how Instagram and Facebook affected young people and kind of the compulsive nature to engage online. You said some things publicly to really downplay the risk, and yet you knew internally that the risk was quite great. And so you were saying something different in your internal emails and in your meetings than you were when talking to the press or to Congress or to investors.
States are demanding upwards of $1 trillion in damages and key operational changes, including parental verification for teenage users, changing dopamine-manipulating recommendation algorithms, removing appearance-altering photo filters, ending autoplay of video content, prohibiting multiple accounts, and ending disappearing or ephemeral posts. Meta, however, says it believes it has a strong case and released this statement. We are proud of our record in protecting teens on our platforms and the amount of effort that we've put into developing protections over the years, even before these cases were filed, and continuing to the present day. We look forward to showing the judge and the jury those facts in court. But many industry observers don't share Meta's optimism.
It's a huge threat to the company. Some folks have been throwing around the word existential, and I think that's a fair word for this lawsuit.
Meta's CEO, Mark Zuckerberg, is expected to take the stand in the next weeks. But the case is already being compared to landmark big tobacco lawsuits of the 1990s and the more recent opioids litigation.
And DW's Stephen Beardsley is on this story. Is this moment existential for Meta?
Sarah, it's certainly one of the biggest lawsuits and biggest challenges that we've seen them face so far, right? If you look at the scale when it comes to the plaintiffs, dozens of states here going up against Facebook, representing, I think, 2/3 of the U.S. population. When you look at the allegations, this is something that's been building over years. Remember the whistleblowers that we've seen in recent years, Frances Haugen, for example. This is built on some of the evidence that she's brought forth and interviews with other whistleblowers, with those who formerly worked at Meta. And then if you look at the remedies that they want, what they're asking for essentially, this goes beyond a price tag. This goes beyond a challenge to the very business model itself. So some of the features and tools that Facebook uses, that Meta uses, that we're very aware of, that make it so sticky, as engineers would say, that make us come back to the product. Something like infinite scroll, something like generated suggestions instead of chronological suggestions for the next post. These are the things that are going to be challenged here, and that could fundamentally change this app.
What is Meta's line of argument now going to be?
Their argument is that they're being punished essentially for a problem that's facing the industry as a whole, and that is that they can't really determine age so well. They can't keep those out who are younger than 13, which is sort of what this case revolves around. Is
Sorry about that. I had to go find it. I couldn't find my. Oh, it matches my. It matches my sweater. I did want to say the whole dopamine, the whole dopamine system that they have at the Meta offices, like to ensure that they know exactly how to make your brain tingle in such a way that you keep scrolling. I mean, we've always known that they've had that, and people's, I think, argument is that there's no proof that it actually works, essentially. There's no proof that it actually makes you addicted in the same way that heroin does. But I do think that we can't deny, like that lady said in that one interview, the fact that 50% of behavioral scientists and like people who would be normally in charge of making psyops for the government now work at places like Meta to make sure that you never stop scrolling is a sign that at the very least they're trying to develop an unhealthy habit in you for the purposes of monetizing it, obviously. But a lot of people just don't want to accept that they're susceptible to that kind of thing, the same way that Americans will deny up and down that they are susceptible to propaganda or that marketing works on them. Even at the same time, they develop an entire cultural persona surrounding old brands that are now changing their logos and getting upset about it online. Like, people are very susceptible to marketing and branding and propaganda and stuff like this, but it's not attractive to admit to it. And so a lot of people just want to like hand wave the fact that they're actively waging psychological warfare on you for the purposes of making sure that they have like total domination of your eyeballs. And whether or not you think it's successful does not bear any, I think in my opinion, does not bear any impact on whether or not they should not be allowed to do it. Like, because there is a difference between making the most attractive product and making a product that like is actively trying to manipulate you in such a way that you can't stop taking, you can't stop using it, right? And it's not the same thing as making really delicious food or making like a really delicious soft drink, right? Especially when it involves like behavioral scientists ensuring that you can't stop looking at it. So, I mean, I think some people will like dismiss it because it's not chemically addictive. I also think that a lot of people who have this conversation, especially online, dismiss it because they like being online and they go like, well, I would not want to not be online. Some people have material and financial incentives to make sure that there are never any barriers to you having access to content. And that was another thing that was like holding people back when having, a real legitimate conversation about like cancel culture and how it is the result of maybe an overly punitive society in some instances, as well as a society that has a total lack of accountability. But, at the end of the day, people can't have a real conversation about it because there's a specific social position bias being had by people who are content creators when it comes to not being able to accept that there might be some constraints that need to be put online, in order for us to have a healthy society, right? A lot of people would rather it be a Wild West because they've managed to monetize the Wild West, even if it's unhealthy for the rest of society, right? And maybe they'll want to engage in like a semantic argument about whether people are allowed to be unhealthy or whether or not something is addicting if it's not chemically addicting. But as a society, we're allowed to say that like we don't have to allow everything to be everything to be there, right? To be completely unregulated just because some things are unregulated. Like, but my opinion is always that this is a regulation issue. Like right now, the incentives are to get people addicted to being online because there are no consequences. If you made consequences, they would find different incentives, real consequences, obviously, like putting Mark Zuckerberg in jail.
Is that they're being punished essentially for a problem that's facing the industry as a whole, and that is that they can't really determine age so well. They can't keep those out who are younger than 13, which is sort of what this case revolves around, is minors. But that is very difficult to do, and that they're being basically made the poster child for this. They also say that they have, in good faith, put in features and tools to protect children, and that they have not misled the public about past statements, which is one of the claims of this case, is that they have been misleading.
Do we have any indication about how this might go?
It's hard to say, of course. I mean, no one knows. But one of the things that we can say is that recent cases suggest this could go against Meta. And that's because if we look at recent cases out of New Mexico and Los Angeles, both of them lost by Meta, both of them challenged along the same lines. These could serve as a blueprint for this case. And that is that it's not so much about the content that Meta products are bringing forth. To this point, social media apps have always been protected by something called Section 230 in the US. That is, it basically says you are a moderator of content, you're not responsible for the content. And what these cases are doing and have done, and this one's trying to do, is they're saying you are not a good faith moderator. The harm that you are causing to minors is not incidental, it's the business model. And so far, they've been successful in several big cases. And there's reason to think that this could be another case along those lines. Again, this is also building on what we've seen that's been coming out for years and years, a mountain of evidence, and it's one of thousands of cases that Facebook is facing right now at a time that we should add the company does not need this kind of pressure. It's behind on things like AI. So it's going to be really interesting to see what's going on.
DWC.
Yeah, I mean, that is just absolute truth. And I have a sneaking suspicion based on all the leaks that we've seen so far, like they referenced, there's just going to be a lot of evidence that they're actively trying to do that. That irrespective of like the safeguards that they're putting up, they're still actively trying to do the things that people are accusing them of, right? Because like I said, there have been whistleblowers in the past, and there will likely be more whistleblowers in the future about stuff like this, right? But a lot of people are, I think, they're irrationally rational in their belief that the homeostasis we have now with our companies, our tech overlords, our social media companies, is one that we can wish cast our way into not leading to an inevitably really, really fascistic conclusion. Even though they're already giving up people's private messages without warrants, not just in other countries like the Turkey and et cetera, but in the EU, but not the EU, but in the US, not the EU that I know of, but in the US for sure, that if you just wish that these platforms are free speech platforms enough, then they can just be that way. Like if you just wish that they're a public sector good enough and pretend enough, they can be that way. But that's just not realistic, right? They're already tools for the surveillance state. They're already collaborating. They're already putting together big dossiers for the government and of course other private companies to use against us. And the only thing that people don't want to acknowledge, the reason people don't want to acknowledge about that is because they're also a necessary good in our lives now. A lot of people just need to be online, whether or not we agree with that being a good thing or not. Like a lot of people just need to be online. Like I said before, it has changed the way that we keep in contact with each other. It's changed the way we have relationships, and people just couldn't not be online. But the solution can't just be to allow tech companies to run amok, because when tech companies are allowed to run amok, they do things like this that trigger the people who aren't chronically online to go, wow, we have to do something about this. And there's no amount of appealing to 230 or any law or any highfalutin idea about this is the public square that needs no censorship now that will stop people from crowing for more regulation, which will be inevitably used to curtail civil rights if there's not an adequate alternative, right? But there's no crowing about free speech that you can do. There's no crowing about higher falutin ideals about the public square and the good when these companies are addicting children and making CSAM bots. People are just going to demand something be done, right? It doesn't matter if it's 230. People just demand it be changed. And all we have now, right, is a government that will just further the surveillance state by allowing these companies to collect more information about us as a solution to these companies running all of these experiments on us and contributing to the negative situation we are in society already. I'm not saying I have a solution for that. I'm just saying that we've kind of entered into this cycle where the companies have been allowed to engage in malfeasance so much, and there's such a lack of imagination from our leadership for anything other than more private-public partnerships in the expansion of data collection in the surveillance state, that the only thing that people are going to essentially be able to conceptualize, and the only thing that our government is going to really want to do with this, is to expand these companies' powers to spy on us, even though the reason that they need to do that is because these companies have been such malicious actors in the past, essentially.
It's behind on things like AI. So it's going to be really interesting to see what's going on.
DW Stephen Beardsley, thank you.
Let's explore this with Eric Goldman. He's a law professor and co-director of the High Tech Law Institute at Santa Clara University School of Law. Welcome to DW. In layman's terms, Professor, what do the states involved in this case have to prove in order to win?
They're arguing two primary theories. First, that Meta has addicted its users and that it didn't adequately disclose the efforts that it was undertaking. The second is that Meta has disregarded children's privacy laws here in the United States. And so they're both have to show that Meta knew that it had a problem and didn't disclose it, and that Meta was dealing with children and knew that it was dealing with children and didn't follow the law.
And what do you make of Meta's defense?
Meta has a lot of defenses, and some of them I think really are serious and will require the plaintiffs to make some pretty good arguments to overcome them. There's a whole range of defenses that have already been litigated, like the First Amendment. That's no longer in the trial. But Meta will argue ultimately that it has done what it can to protect children, that many children benefit from using social media, and that in some cases it didn't know that it was dealing with children at all.
And which way do you think it's likely to go?
I don't think we can really predict that. That's the whole point of having a trial, is that both sides have good arguments to make. And so we really need to hear from a judge and the advisory jury how they're evaluating the arguments. So in that sense, it's too hard to handicap.
And how does this work then? Because we have, 30 states getting together to take on one case against one company?
Well, that's actually a fraction of the overall litigation that's taking place in federal court in California that involves claims by hundreds of individual victims, school districts, and Native American tribes as well. So the state AGs have combined with those other plaintiffs to make some of the arguments that are at issue. But the fact is then that
I mean, everyone's suing Meta, but I mean, they're always in legal trouble, but that's always just been the cost of doing business. But, at the end of the day, I would say this is a sign of why we need regulation too, right? Because and Alex Jones learned this as well. When you don't have any boundaries and any kind of like accountability criminally, you can sometimes find yourself in a lot more civil trouble than you otherwise would have been in, or, further criminal trouble because you just let yourself get in too deep, right? Maybe Meta would have a better business model when it came to this sort of thing if they hadn't been like enabled for so long with minor fine, Elizabeth Warren yells at Mark Zuckerberg in front of Congress for a little bit. Like this kind of stuff, we don't like to believe it or not, hurts business as well. Because without having concrete understanding of what might hit you, that's definitely going to, you find yourself in these troubles. Yeah, minor fine, exactly. Mr. Peanut Man, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Now we should watch JCPS. Parent questions how error-filled student agenda made it into classroom. Isn't JCPS that like interrogation channel? You want to see the fastest trial ever. Every one of you is going to be experiencing a fiery, blah, blah, blah. JCS. Oh, okay. They were enabled by law enforcement. Law enforcement used their information and backdoors to spy on people. Yeah, the surveillance state is, another thing we've outsourced to private companies to, facilitate not having to worry about the government getting in trouble for types of spying that they're probably doing anyway. But they can just buy the data too.
State attorneys generals have combined their efforts to try to advance this commonly held view among them.
There seems to be momentum gathering, anti-social media or anti-tech momentum gathering around the world. We've seen Meta lose a couple of multi-million-dollar cases in the US recently. They've lost cases here in the European Union, which are likely to cost them hundreds of millions. And of course, there are bans being put in place around the world. Do you sense a growing sort of momentum, or is this all coincidental that this all seems to be happening in the space of, the last 12 months, 2 years?
Well, I mean, they've been doing worse stuff. Like, they've been doing worse stuff over the years, especially X. Like, Elon Musk has made a lot of people hyper aware of social media too, but they've just been doing bad things more too. Like, I mean, maybe not comparatively to Cambridge Analytica, but it's just been going on for a long time. People have had a lot of time to see like it just is not getting any better.
Yeah, we're in the middle of what we sometimes call here in the United States a techlash, which is a combination of
We call
technology
it
and
that?
whiplash. Essentially,
I've
the
never heard that
public has
before.
soured on technology. And it's actually a subset of a much larger phenomenon that the public in the US, and I think across the globe, have lost faith in all institutions, government, the media, and the private sector. And because of that loss of trust and that skepticism that's rampant among the public, there's been widespread pressure to force social media to change. I would add that a lot of that looks like censorship from the US perspective. Really, what's happening is the government is saying, we don't want the social media service to decide how to publish content. We want to take that power for ourselves. And so, to the extent that censorship is actually driving this, that's actually something governments are really a fan of. And that might explain why it's so popular as well.
I mean, I just don't think it has to be censorship. I don't think you have to agree, like this lawsuit states, that a social media platform is the same thing as an ISP, especially when you look at the way they sell ads. Like, I really don't understand that argument when it comes to the way they sell ads, especially like that they can put, and I always find it so strange how X can have an ad that literally has a content warning that goes, by the way, this ad is a scam, but the ad still shows, and they're just an, I guess, unbiased moderator of that ad, even though they like actively sold ad space. Or I guess, well, technically anyone can buy ad space. There's no one like technically governing that system. It just seems like a real fig leaf over an obvious problem that has developed. And it's just, maybe social media has evolved to the stage where that designation is just no longer the case due to all of the other things they're doing other than just like hosting content like a forum. But I understand people are very afraid of regulation in America because they're rightfully concerned that any regulation in America will lead to an encroachment on people's civil rights, because that is just what American government is looking to do right now. Like, people aren't wrong to be afraid of the American government looking for any excuse to like over encroach on people's civil rights. I just don't think that they should get themselves into this unhealthy belief that they can stop that by engaging in magical wishful thinking about not speaking bad about like certain companies because they occupy certain spaces. Because what will happen is that the majority of people will not be in, and we've seen this too with like, running interference with Democrats and whatever. The majority of people won't know that you're running interference for Democrats because you're afraid of a theoretical future where like everything is like on fire, right? Even though we're living it now. They will just see you running interference for like a group of people who are not trustworthy, who are, like letting them down in certain ways. And that's the same thing with like these tech companies. You can never do more to run interference as an individual for like a tech company because you think that it represents, or like, let's say even X, because you think it represents some kind of like bastion where people are allowed to interact with each other and like spread leftism or any like particular thing they might want to do, more than X can delegitimize itself in the minds of other people just by nature of it being the company itself, or Elon Musk being the head of it. And a lot of times people will leverage their own legitimacy in ways that I think are unhelpful, without realizing that there's very little that you can do but to lose your own legitimacy a lot of times with people if you like, run interference for them under this auspice that they're going to essentially, like, a world without them is worse, especially when they seem to be moving in the wrong direction. And a lot of these social media companies are doing just that. And people will go like, well, yeah, but there's a world where like they're, not here and we can't get in contact with leftists and stuff like that. And I think that's definitely a fear, but I think that it's one of those things that you necessarily can't control, because like we've seen, the profit motives for these companies are just going to make them so odious to people that they will demand change anyway. And so if anything, like, leftists need to be on the forefront. They are obviously the forefront of these kinds of regulatory pushes for these companies, because if they're not, the only thing people are going to be able to think about is how like we have to expand their surveillance state with them, because they'll just come up with a cop solution. We need to have more cops online. Every other user needs to be a police officer. Everyone needs to give you their ID, because what if my kid sees pornography? What if my kid sees crypto? What if my kid gets into sports gambling, right? So it's not something that we can avoid talking about, but we have to ensure that we're not just like blindly running interference interfering. In my opinion, obviously, you can do whatever the fuck you want. I'm saying, in my opinion, I think some people overcompensate because they're afraid of the government getting more power to regulate and like do things that will inevitably blow back on leftists. But what they don't understand is that like to the unsophisticated viewer, it just looks like running interference for X. And, X is making CSAM bots, and that's going to alienate more people than you can ever convince otherwise with like a big lecture about the value of like the new digital public square. Because that's also just not true, practically speaking. That's not what these social media platforms are. They're like data analytics and surveillance state technology oftentimes, but they're data analytics and marketing platforms. And so, like, no matter how much you wish that they were something else, that's not what their actual value is. That's what they sell. They don't sell they don't sell, that. They sell ad space. They, sell your data. And so we can't start defining them as something different than they are just because like they fill a necessary institution that we have now, or a necessary, need that we have now in an imperfect way. Because like I said, there's nothing that you same with the Democrats, and this is why I don't personally interfere with a lot of that stuff, also because it's boring to me a lot of times. But there's nothing that I can do to advocate for Joe Biden or Kamala Harris that they can't do to fuck it up more, right? All I can do, in my opinion, is to like make myself seem less sophisticated as a thinker by running interference for somebody who has more power to fuck it up for themselves than I do. And so I would much rather personally be a critic of those things because, I just understand the limitations of that sort of stuff. And our society is very big about having like more powerful, unaccountable figures abdicate responsibility for being good onto people who understand the consequences of what like their lack of existence, or their, in the case of Democrats, their loss to the Republicans would mean, like abdicate total responsibility for like being good to people who understand the consequences of their absence, to like just pretend and advocate for them and leverage their own legitimacy to make up for the fact that they just can't provide an actual legitimate argument for like why they shouldn't be, regulated, voted out, or something like that. They aren't an unbiased public square. Of course they're not. But some people are successful on them, so they'll want to believe that. That's just part of standpoint theory. Like if you're successful at something, you'll want to believe that most of it is merit. Like that's just why standpoint epistemology doesn't really work, because people are oftentimes, unless they're very sophisticated and very like reflective, not very good, not unbiased arbiters of their own like merit. They're just better arbiters of other people who are above them's merit. Like everyone can tell you why it's arbitrary that they're not in first place, or why they're not the president of their company. But very few people can tell you why it's not arbitrary. So very few people can instead look internally and also tell you why it's arbitrary that like they're not the janitor, for example, right? Because the janitor is some disabled person, or the janitor is some like formerly incarcerated person. They'll think of that as like a merit-based thing, as opposed to just another arbitrary structure that we have that delegitimizes people and of course like shunts them into certain roles. I've been talking at you a lot, and I feel as though I've been ranting. I think it's because I've had a lot of caffeine. I hope it's made sense, because I don't want to sound like Russell Brand, and I sometimes feel like I do. I'm not feeling anxious about that, but I do want to provide you some kind of respite in the desert, some kind of oasis in the desert of the content I provided you so far. Do you want to look at the Tim Pool stuff? So, Russell Brandon. Oh my God, it is true. Do you want to do the Russell Brand stuff? No. Do you want to do the Tim Pool stuff? I always want to look at the Tim Pool stuff. You're lying. You guys complain about it all the time. But you probably have all seen the Tim Pool on Jubilee episode. So I don't feel the need to recap it for you. I have actually only watched clips of it. So a lot of you have probably been a lot more in-depthly informed about his performance than I am. From what I've seen and what I've heard, he did not do well. I don't know if that's underselling it. I don't know if that's overselling it. But what I'm hoping today is that we'll be able to look at his cope videos. Or, no, I don't know if they're cope. Maybe he did really well. But we'll be able to look at his post-debate recap videos. Because he has multiple, actually. And if the first one is good, we'll watch the other one. But I think we should start with the one on Timcast in real life, the one that has other people, because I would love to see what they thought. This one is called Tim Pool Addresses Jubilee Rage Quit. It's All Fake. Did it seem all fake to you? Like I said, I didn't watch the whole thing, but at parts of it, and you'll have to forgive me if this comes across as a little bit demeaning, his eyes seemed very wet. So if it was fake, maybe someone was chopping onions off screen and it was causing him to get a little bit teary. Maybe they were like diffusing some kind of pepper-based spray into the air at a concentration that was just noticeable to him. But his eyes seemed pretty wet, right? To me personally, it was AI. Well, I mean, like I said, I didn't watch the whole thing. I just saw the clips people posted. Gates 9, did you watch heard of the D-Flock Halloween campaign? No, I haven't heard of that. Although I was watching classic WCW last night, and Raven's The Flock came out, and it reminded me of the cameras, and I don't like that. But I'll look into the Flock Halloween campaign. Thank you for the $1.99. Well, I mean, let's see. I didn't think it seemed fake, but I understand that it's curated. But that's all of reality TV. Like, a lot of people want to say reality TV is fake, but a lot of it is just heavily curated. Some of it is entirely fake, obviously, but a lot of it is just heavily curated reality, which is not quite the same thing as being fake. Let's hear it. We're on Rumble.
Let's jump to the internet drama that is me. I saved this for later in the show because I don't want to lead a show just off myself, but I did a Surrounded Tim Pool versus 20 Progressives. And I just want to say right off the bat, I'm accused of rage quitting. Tim Pool, you say BS to get money. Tim Pool storms out of debate with 20 Progressives. It's actually not real. It's a fake headline. I got up and walked 10 feet away, stood next to the camera for 10 seconds, then walked back and sat back down.
Bro, that sounds like you stormed off then, right? It sounds like you stormed off, you took a deep breath, which is totally fine, and then you came back because you realized how crazy it would look for you to actually rage quit. But I thought he was going to have a better excuse. That's like, unless you were getting lightheaded because you needed like a sugar high, like maybe you're a diabetic, or you were just having like a hypoglycemic event, that is rage quitting, right? It's not rage quitting, it's rage taking a break. Rage quitting would be totally leaving. This was rage taking a break. Okay, fair enough.
Storms out of debate with 20 Progressives. It's actually not real. It's a fake headline. I got up and walked 10 feet away, stood next to the camera for 10 seconds, then walked back and sat back down because the whole thing is fake. But I'll explain everything in greater detail. But let me just say, the Jubilee crew was extremely professional. They were very nice. I believe they were very.
Not to interrupt, but I would offer the criticism that if he wanted to explain things in a lot of detail, he should have brought that energy to Jubilee, because that would have been a good place for it, right? Because that seemed to be a problem he had in the clips that I saw. But just me, I mean, along with storming off for a little break. He had to pee. He should have said he had to pee.
Sat back down because the whole thing is fake. But I'll explain
Took an
everything
anger
in greater
break.
detail. But let me just say, the Jubilee crew was extremely professional. They were very nice. I believe they were very fair. They're getting a lot of heat for calling me a moderate because they just asked, like, how do I consider myself? And I said, moderate. And they're like, okay, that was really it. And I think if you watch it, it's patently obvious I am. One guy actually sat down. He's like, if we agree on all of these things, why are you here? And I was just like, I guess that's a question for production. But this is what they don't understand. They can actually have a guy sit down and be like, we agree on a lot of things. You're also not a moderate. But let's talk about the clip that went massively viral. Mason posted it. He's the guy who I walked away from. It's got...
Shout out Mason. We're mutual follows on X, the Everything app. Yeah, he owns these fucking losers.
Agree on a lot of things. You're also
He gets them
not
so mad.
a moderate. But let's talk about the clip that went massively viral. Mason posted it. He's the guy who I walked away from. It's got
Stormed off from
5.1 million views.
Damn,
Not just
that's
that,
a lot.
I believe Hassan Piker reacted to it. It's on the top of a bunch of subreddits. The
Yeah,
first
it's
thing
going
I'm going to
viral.
say is the whole thing is a stunt and it's fake, and I'll explain exactly why. But let me show you exactly what happens and why I walked away. So let's just play this clip real quick. Just the last 20 seconds.
Coming every fucking year,
Are
and
you-
when it doesn't happen,
do you want a soapbox? Do you want me to get you a
I'm just saying,
soapbox?
It's really
I can leave.
easy.
You want me to
It's
go?
really easy to
You want me to
do
leave?
what you do.
You want me to
It's
leave?
really easy to do what you do.
Oh, he put the hat on. He stormed off.
Next year. Civil War's happening next year. It's coming. Make sure you subscribe to Timcast. Continue to watch my videos, please. Follow us on YouTube. Follow us on Instagram. It's easy to do what you.
So the first thing I will say in
Okay.
response, well, I said this is the 12th thing I'm saying actually. It's fake.
Okay.
So
How?
when we're setting this up, they tell me no
To
one
walk
will
off?
know they're coming to debate you. That's not how they normally handle these things. The general idea is that they want it to be a real conversation, and I do think they did a good job, and they mean it. However, the dude had a beanie in his pocket, so that's not true. He knew full well he was going to pull a stunt, and I'm going to say this. I think my presumption is they tell me, like, no one's going to know who's debating who. So
This dude is crying about someone having a beanie on. How dare you, Tim? Maybe he just wears a beanie all the time. How dare you complain about someone just having a beanie with them? This is going in a direction that even I'm surprised he feels comfortable going in. He's saying it's fake, but the part that he seems to be emphasizing is that they knew they were going to debate Tim Pool. Should that really matter? Like, should that really matter if you feel confident in your arguments? I just don't understand this whole debate culture online where, like, you can only debate people in the most, like, friendly of circumstances about ideas that you have. Just talk about the ideas that you have, like, and why you believe them. Like, it's just, like, crazy. Not everything has to be a gotcha. That's why Candace won over Andrew Wilson, because if you have to make everything a weird gotcha and you don't feel comfortable just talking about what you believe, you seem disingenuous, or you're just trying to fence it, or you don't hold these beliefs. Like, you're just doing this for attention and for money. And so it's just hard to come to any other conclusion when you can't just sit down and have a conversation about the things that you believe. Because theoretically, worst case scenario, you look a little foolish, but there are still people out there who believe the same things as you, and they just go like, yeah, I believe those things too.
Not true. He knew full well he was going to pull a stunt, and I'm going to
Who's
say
wearing a
this.
hat
I think my
inside?
presumption is they tell me, like, no one's going to know who's debating who. So when you come, it'll be a fresh conversation. There's not going to be any, like, heavy prep. They'll have a general idea, but they're not even given the exact claims. One person told me that they went to debate certain foreign policy issues and then found out it was Glenn Greenwald, and they're like, oh, but I agree with him on everything. So it was like, I'm not even going to debate him, right? Because they don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if someone at the company told him, like, hey, we want to do a big stunt. It's TV, right? But I don't know that for sure. What I can say is clearly a stunt was planned by someone, and someone gave him information as to who was going to be there, because there's only...
Bro, he's complaining about someone putting on a fucking hat. That's his stunt. The stunt is that he put a hat on. Do you not realize how silly that makes you sound? Like, you're wearing a hat. Yeah, everyone knows you wear a hat all the time. That's your whole brand. Like, you have it on some of your merchandise, bro. Like, he put a hat. Like, it was a stunt. He didn't mace you in the face. He didn't pull out pepper spray and, like, mace you. It wasn't like a fucking jackass prank where, like, Steve-O comes out and kicks you in the nutsack. He put a hat on. You could have just kept talking. This is pathetic. This is pathetic, Maxing, brother. Like, the stunt. The stunt was putting a hat on. That really triggered you that hard, him wearing a hat? God forbid you're trans and someone wants to take your rights away, or if you're a minority and someone wants to call you a slur, or you're a woman and someone fires you for being pregnant or some shit, like, then you don't have a right to complain. But if someone puts a hat on across from you because you wear a hat all the time and everyone talks about it, like, come on, bro. Like, you're complaining about him wearing a hat. Like, it was a stunt, and you reacted to it, and it was like the laziest stunt. How do you not see it coming? You should have been expecting everyone in there to be wearing hats. That's what it would have been, like, the thing everyone should have done. They should have all been wearing beanies.
Right? But I don't know that for sure. What I can say is clearly a stunt was planned by someone, and someone gave him information as to who was going to be there, because there's only one person stupid enough to wear a flannel overshirt, black undershirt, and a black beanie in 96-degree Los Angeles weather, and that's me. So when he pulled a beanie out of his pocket, I was like, you don't have that on accident, okay? What I will say
He's
is,
joking, but he's triggered. He's so triggered by this guy having a hat.
Hey, look, I'd seen Ben Shapiro when that trans man flipped the chair around, sat there, and just berated him, and he sat there and took it. If someone's going to come here and there's no intention of a real conversation, they just want a clip, I'm going to get up and walk out, which is going to be great TV. We know that. And so that's exactly what happened. The moment he started monologuing and I realized we're not having a conversation, he's just clip farming. When he pulled the hat out, I'm like, it's all you, brother. And
When he
quite
pulled the hat
literally
out.
after the show, I mean, like 10, you see me walk off camera, he says his thing, I literally walk right back, and then everyone claps. It's very fake. I think most of these people are actors, in my opinion. They're probably, I think they're actors. I think they, like people in LA, they have political opinions. Some of them are not. In fact, some of them afterwards came up and said, I'm a big fan. I watch you all the time. I disagree with a lot of things. I'm like, no, yeah, totally cool, totally cool. But I think a lot of them are just.
Yikes. This is crazy, Cope. So he did storm off. He just stormed off because he didn't want to give some guy a clip of him standing there talking at him like Ben Shapiro had. So instead of just doing the thing that you would normally do in that circumstance, which is that you just keep talking and saying your ideas over and over and over, and or you overtalk the person, which is rude, or you let them talk because that would be polite, but you would look like a cuck if they're just going to yell at you. You decided to storm off, which made you look like a baby. I think that was the worst decision. It would have made a lot more sense, even if someone would have accused you for being rude, to just talk over them like Candace did, right? It takes a little bit of practice. And if you're not actually very smart, it can be difficult to just keep talking and saying words that make sense while someone else is talking, because it can be hard to not get their words confused with your own words. And so maybe he's not comfortable doing that, but getting up and walking out, the worst thing you can do, because at least if you sit there and listen, all people can say was like he was super respectful. Like, he listened. He didn't get up and be a baby. I respect the hell out of him for that. You walked away and then came back when he was done monologuing. You gave him the whole floor, and it became a clip anyway. So I really don't understand this how it was fake. How was it fake? You really got up and you really left. Like, you're just disagreeing with how people are describing it. But I think that it's a fair description. You didn't get up to go to the bathroom. You didn't say, because that's what I thought he was going to say. I thought he was going to say that it was a cut. Although I had seen it and I was like, there didn't appear to be any cut, but movie magic, right? Who knows? I thought that he was going to say that, no, he asked for a break because he had to pee or something, and they spliced it in to make it seem like he stormed off, which wouldn't really have made any sense, like I said, based on the clip. But that's what I thought he was going to say. This is not fake the way he's trying to imply.
Just there's probably a casting company or something, and they're like,
yeah, we know Jubilee's
talent
dumb
with
and
certain
fake,
political
obviously, but
opinions
he
to discuss certain
cucked you,
things.
bro.
I don't think that's a secret. I think everyone knows that's actually how they do it. So these people coming here are not intending to have a conversation on the merits. They're intending to have a conversation to get as many clips as possible because they know these videos get millions of views. I think this is also what's killing the space. I think it's also very bad for Surrounded, for Jubilee. I don't think they do it intentionally.
He's giving them
Jubilee
business
actually
advice.
tried to make it more conversational. I don't want to say too much about behind the sscenes because it's a lot of their
God,
business. But I'll just
yikes.
tell you, there was a point where the director was like, guys, please stop doing this. Like, they would be like, okay.
There was a point where the director had to ask them to be nicer to you, Tim. Is that what they're... Oh, my God. Is that what he's saying? There was a point where the director had to come in and go like, you guys are really wailing on him, and he looks like he's about to cry, but if we don't finish the video and get enough content, we can't post it, so take it easy on him. Because that's what it sounds like. It sounds like when you read between the lines, he's saying the director came out that you gotta take it easy on him, he's not good at this.
Okay, my next...
Yeah, everyone who's listening to this is looking down. Like, look at the body language on the dick-shaped panel here. You got the underhead just looking like Justin Long, kind of like eyes averted, not looking anywhere. Phil LeBlanc got the what's his name, Andrew Wilson fit on, eyes all occluded by the brim of his hat. These two whose names I've never learned, we'll just call them Toe Jam and Earl. They just are looking at their desks while he's trying to lay out this excuse. It's really embarrassing. Yeah, I mean, imagine being on the dick-shaped panel at Tim Pool on the day after he gets cucked.
And the scenes, because it's a lot of their business. But I'll just tell you, there was a point where the director was like, guys, please stop doing this. Like, they would be like, okay, my next claim is this thing. And then the dude comes and sits down, and it's later like, F you, Tim Pool, you're ugly, and you wear a stop. What are you doing? They didn't literally stop any of the debates. People would raise their flags. They'd be like, guys, please don't do this. We're trying to stick to the conversation.
This is crazy to
now
admit.
is young people, I believe, many of these young people they're bringing on, and we'll see. We invited Mason to come on the show, and you may see him soon. We'll see what he has to say about.
You
a lot
gotta
of this
like get him
conversation.
out of his element to
I
beat
think
him.
a lot of these young people are growing up in a world where attention is everything and the facts don't matter. It's
Oh, here we
post-truth.
go. Here
So
we
in their
go.
mind, if you want money, if you want
Lecture
fame, if you want
time.
notoriety, fake it all. Get the clicks. Nothing else matters. For me, well, I care about the issues. I care about the merits, and I want to talk about certain ideas. So when they sit down with me and I say, I think thing is happening, and they go, you're a grifter. They're doing that because they know liberals click things based on emotional satisfaction and insults, so the conversation does not matter. It's a bit disappointing. I think Jubilee tried really hard to avoid that, but it's what manifests because this is what young people are turning into, and that's why they're progressive. Because if you actually watch the full episode, you'll see none of them actually really believe anything. Like, I'll just let you guys in on a big secret.
That's their problem, Tim.
One of
None
my
of them believe
claims,
anything.
And I don't even, you know what? The claims are out of order. And I warned them about this. When we filmed this, it goes like this.
Damn, he's drowning here, folks. He's drowning. This is even worse. Well, yeah, no, this is even more pathetic than Andrew Wilson's Cope video because it's bright and he's just drowning. He is like coming up with every excuse. I warned them. These points are out of order. So it makes me look like I'm losing momentum when actually I was building momentum. They were just being too mean to me. This is going to be like, what, 20 minutes of him coping like this uninterrupted? Do you think anyone else is going to have an opinion in this? Oh, man. It's like it's just, no, okay. They're going to let other people talk about Tim's performance. They would have done worse. So it's not like, something that Tim has to feel embarrassed about on his own show.
And I don't even, you know what? The claims are out of order.
Out of order.
And I warned them about this.
You warned them.
When we filmed this, it goes like this. My first claim is X. My next claim is X. And my last claim is X. You say, and I mean X as the literal variable, meaning I don't just say my first claim is that the Democrats are more violent. My next claim is that the Constitution is, no. You literally say my first claim is Democrats are violent. Pause. My next claim is that Democrats are violent. Pause. And my final claim is that Democrats are violent. Because for editing purposes, they want to make sure, and I actually agree with this to a certain extent, that if someone knows something about me and they bring up a context that doesn't make sense, you, the viewer, are going to be like, I don't understand what he's saying. So they go by the flow of the conversation based on the points made. However, this was, I believe, the last point that was made. And it may be because on the question of the Constitution, no one had anything to say. I'm sitting around all of these people, and they're like, okay, if you'd like to debate the Constitution, get ready. And then nobody wanted to. And they all kind of shrugged because they don't know how to have a high-level, multi-order thinking conversation, which my claim was, and I'm assuming it's in there, I guess, that the Constitution effectively does not exist, which was before claim number 3. And I specifically outlined this to them. You cannot introduce a claim that we're tracking towards a civil war without understanding the context of a body politic and what constitutes a body politic. Of course, they chose to arrange it as they thought make the most sense for the viewer. And I understood why they were going to do that. So
this is embarrassing. Oh, no. I can't believe he posted this.
About it, and I showed him the 4, and I said, these actually go in escalating order for a reason. And to have a conversation about the propensity towards civil war and not talk about, I'm assuming the Constitution was claimed for. I don't know. When it got to the issue of the Constitution, the reason they may have moved it is because the progressives all completely agree. We have no Constitution.
So they actually all agreed with Tim. That's why he got up and stormed out, because they all agreed with him except for about how ugly he is. So it just became a conversation with no point. Is that what his position is? Like, because that doesn't seem like a really strong point. And I mean, I don't know even like what he's trying to imply here, that it's, oh yeah, that's all fake. That was it. This is all fake and nothing happened for real. And they didn't actually disagree with him about this one issue. So they can't have disagreements with him about the other issues that are legitimate, obviously. Such a funny Cope tirade. No way.
There are 2 distinct political bodies in the United States.
This is what happens when you don't have like a really strong panel of co-hosts, because they should have stopped him way before this, because this is very embarrassing. But they're too cucked and also maybe too dumb to understand how this comes across. But like the producer or director were begging them to be nicer to me. Like that just, it doesn't come across like he thinks it comes across, because he's been like in this safe space with his dumb friends on this fucking compound in West Virginia that sometimes gets shot up, I guess, for too long. This is great content though. 116 thumbs up. Well, this is Rumble, so this is not his primary audience, and Rumble is definitely the preferred platform of professional victims.
The reason they may have moved it is because the progressives all completely agree. We have no constitution. There are two distinct political bodies in the United States. Each of them views themselves as what constitutes the moral underpinnings of the United States. And both are diametrically opposed to each other. There is no more a unified view of what America is, with a disagreement over its politics. There's quite literally a dominant Democratic Socialists of America arguing there should be no Senate and we should have a parliamentary system instead.
Okay, this is boring. If he wanted to debate, he should have done it at Surrounded. I don't want to hear his ideas now. Gosh, he looks really stupid in this. In this still, you guys like my freeze frames, but this one makes him look terrible. He definitely should have played a few seconds in. Doot. Thank you for the $5 tip. Do you think Tim has ever seen the MR Fun Half Tour Sushi poker video, and how mad do you think he was? I think he probably saw a little bit of it, then stormed off. He probably saw a little bit of it and then stormed right off, and came back 3 minutes later when he calmed down. He had to do some box breathing. Fetch Cohen, thank you for the $2 super chat. Have you seen Nancy Mace's new tattoo? No, but I think I heard it was pretty intense, right? Like she has now all over body tattoos like Sakuna or something.
In the green shirt, he had no argument whatsoever. He literally got up there and then just started screaming, saying, he agreed with me, a civil war is coming and it's your fault, Tim Pool. And then there's a really funny point, which they did include, where something happened where I was like, who's next or whatever, and then I'm like, I guess we are tracking towards a civil war, because these people were all like, it was after this guy said something like, something bad should happen to me. So I don't know if you guys, I'll if you have any questions or whatever, but the long and short of it is it's
I don't know if you have any questions for me about this. Please glaze me up. I want to hear them glaze him up. Like, yeah, he's really feeling it right now, folks.
This guy said something like, something bad should happen to me. So I don't know if you guys, if you have any questions or whatever, but the long and short of it is it's WWE, right?
Well, I mean, as someone that spends a lot of time with Tim Pool, I can attest to the fact that he's certainly a moderate, and it's frustrating. But we've had some spats. I mean, over certain policy that he has. I would say is more liberal. I mean, I think you just have positions that are liberal and some that are conservative, and then on the whole, it does come out moderate. Well, these people are always scandalized because they get up and they think they're going to debate.
Okay. I don't really need to hear all of this. I do want to maybe check out his other video. Do you think we have time to check out his other Cope video? The one where it's just him by himself?
And he goes, no, there weren't. And I was like, what? There absolutely were people that were hoping that ICE would go out and shoot illegal immigrants. And he was like, you actually think that? And I was like, yes, I think there.
Let's hear his other video. We don't need to hear all of this one. Oh, God, is Phil going to talk, though? Yeah, let's hear what he has to say real quick. I feel like he's going to have a really important thing to say.
Because they don't know how to react to the guy they're told is right-wing saying something that they should agree with. But they can't.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's true, but I also think that there's a certain amount of, the left doesn't understand the right, whereas the right does understand the left. And when I say right, I'm speaking broadly, people that are not ideologically possessed by whatever the left is kind of pushing now. And it's consistently the norm. You hear people on the right, they're able to articulate what the left thinks. They are able to articulate the left's arguments.
It's just crazy for anyone on the Tim Pool show to say that, but especially in the aftermath of that Surrounded episode, this is coming from a whole different universe.
Consistently the norm. You hear people on the right, they're able to articulate what the left thinks.
But Tim is the moderate, remember?
Articulate the left's arguments. They say, they're misguided. They're silly or whatever, but they just have a different worldview. Whereas the left are just like, well, he's Hitler. You know, everyone on the right's Hitler. They're all white supremacists. They're all white nationalists. They're all racist. And it's just all this constant deluge of it's a moral failing to be on the right, and the morality is from their
An intellectual, apparently.
And so you can't have a debate with someone like that because they're not going to listen to what you say.
Well, it's WWE. I did not go into this. I'll tell you exactly why I agreed to do Jubilee, because I had said before that I wasn't interested in doing these surroundeds. I did another one with them, so there's another debate coming out. It's a face-off, and then we did a podcast.
Oof.
They may have already put out, I'm not sure.
That's going to be even harder, I bet.
I did this for one reason, to quite literally create clips where I'm saying something fairly moderate to liberal and having a progressive argue with me that it's wrong. So quite literally, I go in there with the intention to say something that the left will lie about me to other people about. Creating
a clip
that
like that
will be almost surreal, like me saying white supremacists voted for Trump and they were hoping that migrants would get shot, because I do believe that's true. I just don't believe it's the majority. I think the last number that was tracked was like 11,000 Klansmen exist in the United States. I certainly think many of these people are racist, don't like brown people, but I don't think it's all of Trump supporters. I think it's a tiny minority of people who had supported Trump in the past, with obvious examples that prominent white nationalists did vote for Trump, later did not. But it creates a situation where I know these people are going to argue the inverse. What am I going to do with it? So I'm going to put it like this. I was talking to Crowder about it. There's a bunch of companies that I work with, apolitical, right? Especially the sponsors for this show.
Okay. I want to hear the other video. It's going to be probably more of the same, but I do want to actually see. It's just on Timcast. It's his solo channel. He was also on Crowder after losing this debate. So does everyone go to Crowder to talk about their debate losses? What is that about? Pull this bad boy up. Gosh, I hope that the ozone layer can take all this copium in the air, because I feel like it's actually going to punch a hole. Okay, this one is called Tim Pool Rage Quits Jubilee Surrounded. Again, do you think he's just trying to like flood the algorithm with Tim Pool content about this, so that people don't see the other content like mine? But mine is going to be titled Tim Pool Copes Hard About Rage Quitting Jubilee.
The episode of Surrounded on Jubilee, starring me, is out now on Jubilee's channel, and oh boy, are the clips running wild. With one of the most notable going viral on X, that Tim Pool rage quits, storming out of debate after he's accused of grifting in heated exchange. Actually, I don't know if I have the video pulled up. Let me pull up the.
You can always tell when he's uncomfortable because he has a funny voice, like Tina Fey in 30 Rock. That's his like most lib-coded tendency. He does like little funny voices when he's uncomfortable. He kind of transitioned between like 3 or 4 different types of funny voice. He settled on like old-timey monster truck rally announcer voice towards the end there. But yeah, no, he's going to start coping hard in this one too.
Video for you guys. I'll play it. Of course, I recommend you guys watch the full thing. I don't know to what extent they edited any of the conversations. I can tell you quite a bit about how it was done and some of the critiques I have. And what I will say off the bat is my only regret is not shaving. I should have shaved. But I've got this clip.
He should have shaved because Mason also like beard mogged him too. Like Mason's beard, I was going to mention it, is like so much fuller. And so when he put that hat on, he looked like what Tim Pool could be in a different world. But like Tim Pool was definitely beard mogged by that. I mean, obviously I can't glass houses, right? But I'm just saying he was definitely beard mogged by Mason.
I don't know if they have the timestamp actually on when I got up and walked out. Let me click Mediaites real quick.
3, 2.
Well, they just I think they just jumped right to the 140 mark. But we have the clip here, and I'll just play it. It's a minute long. My next surrounded claim is that the United States is tracking towards a civil war.
There's 42 of your titles that have the word civil war in it.
Correct.
With big fonts on the front.
They sure do.
So why is that? It's sensationalist. It's easy to get clicks on that. There's a reason why you say it, because it's very profitable for your business.
Not necessarily. But we have 1,600 episodes of just IRL.
There comes a point where people stop taking your predictions.
I'm gonna skip a little ahead. I just want to see him storm out because I'm definitely afraid of it getting. Well, I think I'm gonna pause because I can cut the pause out later. I'm just concerned of if I play it too long uninterrupted, Jubilee will strike the stream.
Seriously.
Are you going to make an
if you've
argument,
said-
or are you mad at me?
I'm not mad at you. I'm
Okay,
trying
then
to
let's make an
explain.
argument about whether
I'm
or not
trying.
we are tracking. No. If you're making
The
an
point-
argument, you
no,
don't
Tim.
like my thumbnails, or you don't, you try to say my name over and over
I'm
again.
saying that you say bullshit in order to get money. But what?
Okay, so here's something important to consider. First, I'll just answer the claim, or his statement about we say civil war. There's 42 of your thumbnails that say civil war. Let's start from the beginning.
Funny enough, Mason is probably the type of strategy Mason is engaging in here would have been a lot more effective, and the argument parameters, or I guess the point of the argument would have been a lot more effective if that had been what like Andrew Wilson was arguing with Candace about what her content was. Instead of trying to do a sort of gotcha every second about like the ways you can make an argument or what's in a case he'd never read, if it was much more tailored to be about the fact that her content is just slop to make like money off of her friend's death, that's an actual provable thing, even if it's still just being the content police like Tim is saying. Tim is just more sensitive. It wouldn't have worked, obviously, because she still would have beat his ass. But I'm saying it would have come across a little bit stronger.
Since about 2019, my response is, of course, when the news reports on a fear of a civil war in the United States, we cover it. Like, this show is all about news. The funny thing is, they could point out that probably 724 have Donald Trump in the thumbnails. But they don't bring that up, even though that's also somewhat sensationalist, hyper-focused on just politics, which I critique a lot of people for. But I will say this. We have 1,580 episodes of Timcast IRL. We then do 5 clips per day, which means that we probably have
Another funny voice.
5,000 thumbnails for the show.
He's super anxious.
And then we have the Tim Pool Daily News, this channel right here. And then, of course, the Timcast channel, the first channel I did, which is usually one video at 4 p.m. plus some debates. All in all, my friends, there may be about 15,000 thumbnails that we have made over the past decade. Yeah, it's been 10 years. And 42 of them say Civil War. Bravo.
He's so
Good
mad
argument,
about
I guess.
this.
But here's the point. There's a few things to point out as to the rage quitting. The first thing I'm going to say
he's
is
so
that,
mad.
well,
He can't stop
there's
doing
some things
voices.
I'd like to say, but I'll be nice to Jubilee for now. We'll see how things go. They were actually very nice. I think they were very fair. I didn't have any like hard demands. I just said, sure, you know. They covered only a small portion of travel. I didn't ask for any money or anything like this. They just hit me up and said, if you ever wanted to come on, we'd love to have you. And I said, I'm going to be in Vegas. We can drive down. And we drove.
He said his only demand was that no one else could have a hat on. No one else was allowed to have a hat. Although obviously this guy with the cap was in violation of that too.
From Vegas to LA. It was very fun. And then I shut up. They asked me how I wanted to be billed. And I said, honestly, I don't know. Look, if you call me a conservative, conservatives get mad. If you call me a liberal, liberals get mad. And they were like, we can just put Tim Pool. And like, how do you describe yourself? And I said, I like politically moderate, I guess. And they're like, sure, whatever. And then, so they put 1 moderate versus 20 progressives. And I think if you actually watch it, you're like, yeah, Tim Pool's actually kind of a moderate. At one point, one dude sits down and he's like, if we agree on so much, why are you here? And I said, I suppose that's a question for production. I don't know if it's in there because I imagine they might have been like, let's not put that one in.
This is why Tim Pool has so much content, because he double dips on everything. He doesn't just stream or whatever. He makes the same clip twice. One time as part of a panel, and then another time with him just doing the exact same points in a single video by himself, but with added voices because he's anxious about recording by himself. I don't know why he doesn't just put up the one, or for money, obviously.
One dude sits down and he's like, if we agree on so much, why are you
It's
here?
all funny voices.
And I said, I
Like
suppose
Bugs
that's
Bunny.
a question for production. I don't know if it's in there because I imagine they might have been like, let's not put that one in there. But let's talk about the rage quit, they call it. Tim Mason says rage quits. The first thing I'm going to say just before I press play is, guys, it's all fake. And I'll explain in a second. But let me just explain.
It's all fake.
Like Mason's.
It's all fake, and I'll explain in a second. Let me just explain. He's mad as hell about Mason, brother. Mason got under his skin. That hat thing, Mason better be prepared for Tim Pool to be mad about that for the rest of his life. Like, Tim Pool's going to wage some sort of like hat tois against Mason over putting that hat on.
Mason says rage quits. The first thing I'm going to say just before I press play is, guys, it's all fake.
I'm not mad.
And I'll explain.
Don't put that I'm mad in the
let me
title.
just explain. Like, Mason's putting this title out, Tim Pool rage quits when he's called out for grifting. Dude, I don't ham it up that much. You know what I mean? Mason knows it's fake. It's all fake. Watch. Let me ask you a question.
The predictions.
Let me ask you a
Tim,
question you can't
I will
answer.
agree with you that there's increased polarization. I would attribute a lot of that to people being specifically online.
Let me ask.
There's a lot less interaction with people that are in.
I will say, just also to break up the Jubilee content, because we're just gonna watch him storm off. Maybe if I just mute it, you've already seen it. This is like the equivalent of a guy with a girlfriend going on a dating show, right? Or a show where like you are with opposite sex or people you might be attracted to, and them recording him making out with another woman or anybody, right? And then him going home and saying, "You don't understand. All of that is fake. It's just on television. It didn't happen the way you perceived it as happening." It's like, no, we saw enough. We saw the parts that we need to see. There can only be an explanation that is so far outside of like what is being shown here. Like, oh no, I literally had to get up and go to the bathroom and they spliced it to look like I was walking off at this moment. They're really deceptive. But he's not saying that. He's just saying that he got up like this, which we saw. Damn, that hat really upset him. Look at his face when he puts this hat on. Oh, look at Tim Pool's face. Hold on. Look at his face when this hat comes on. Tim Pool is so mad. He's so upset about this hat. That's nasty. So nasty. Look at it. He's like, I can't believe they would do that to me. I can't believe they would denigrate my beanie like this.
Continue to watch my videos, please. Follow us on YouTube, follow us on Instagram. It's easy to do what you.
So I'll say the rules of Surrounded. The individuals who are showing up are not to know who will be there. I don't know why they do this, but I thought it was a good idea. Actually, I was talking to the producers and I said, we're going over like claims that I want to make. And I said, honestly, I don't have any like particularly strong claims. They're all, fairly weak, but I do think there's 4 claims. First,
it's so crazy to show up to a show and be like, I don't have any strong opinions. Does that make Tim Pool's brand like strong? I have strong opinions. I guess he's been successful. I just feel like it's so crazy for a political commentator to be like, I actually have no strong opinions, right? Because we know that Tim Pool has tons of strong opinions. He just likes to pretend like he doesn't to immunize himself from criticism. But if you're a smart person, like some of these people were, you can see past all of that and confront him for it, obviously.
I don't know what order they put them in because they're not filmed in order.
Okay,
and
I
told them like this order makes most sense because if I say one claim that leads to another, but you reverse the order, it's going to be weird when someone says, remember when you said X, and then, so the first claim is that mainstream political left commits more violence than the mainstream political right. I believe that speaks for itself.
I will say Tim is so egotistical. He thinks that he has to tell people who edit stuff for a living that they shouldn't put things clearly out of order, right? Because the way he says it, he imagines that the people who edit this show need to be told that, hey, if you put something that clearly is out of order, it won't make sense. I'm sure they know that, Tim. That's not even what happened here, but like they don't need your help.
Reverse the order. It's going to be weird when someone says, remember when you said X, and then, so the first claim is that mainstream political left commits more violence than the mainstream political right. I believe that speaks for itself. The second claim is that the Democratic Party has embraced authoritarianism. The next is the Constitution effectively does not exist at this point. And the final was that all of this is tracking us towards a civil war. And so in that order. Now, I told them outright when we were preparing for this, if you bring these claims to any of these individuals, they will know outright it's Tim Pool. Like, there's nobody else who's going to be having this through line. And
okay, Tim, but riddle me this. If simply talking about civil war is enough for people to connect it to Tim Pool, does that not give Mason's argument a lot more credence? Because even in your own assessment of yourself, your content is so much about those things that if you simply tell people that that's who they're going to, the topic, they'll know that it's you. So does that not mean that Mason is correct? I'm sorry. I don't know about making arguments. I'm not what's his face, Andrew Wilson. But is that like, does that not make sense to you, right? Even he's admitting it right here. He's saying that my content is so much about those things that simply telling people the topics that I want to talk about will tell them who I am.
If you bring these claims to any of these individuals, they will know outright it's Tim Pool. Like, there's nobody else who's going to be having this.
Nobody else.
And,
Nobody else.
They were like, that's not how we do the show. We've got there's like a network of progressives, conservatives, moderates, and like they have people that they know. I don't know how they do it, but they've got their Rolodex, right? And they said they're given general points such as you'll be like they don't tell you the.
It could have been
claims
Alice
outright.
Garland.
So in fact, there was one guy who said that he was actually prepared to debate on the issue of foreign policy in Israel, and then he showed up and it was Glenn Greenwald, who he completely agrees with and is a big fan of, and was like, well, that's awkward, right?
Okay. I don't think we need to listen to any more of this. This is sad, and he's just going to go through the exact same points. When does he talk about the hat again? Right? You think it's right here? How the hat was a stunt that no one could have predicted, and how he couldn't deal with it in any mature way.
And then walked back and sat down all in the span of about 10 seconds.
Okay,
They
yeah.
end
So
up
this is where he explains how storming off is not rage quitting if you actually come back within a certain amount of time. Like when you drop your food on the ground, it doesn't count.
Fake! They knew full well. I said, hey, I've seen like the Ben Shapiro when the dude, the trans man, flips the chair around and then just yells at Ben Shapiro. I'm not going to sit there for that. If it comes to a point where someone is pulling a stunt for a clip, I'm going to get up and walk off. So here's what happened. Dude starts pulling the stunt. I actually offered a couple people soapboxes. I said, do you want a soapbox? Because we're not having a conversation here, right? I thought you want to have a debate. And look, they're red flagging him. So I stand up. I walk to the camera and then stand, waiting for him to finish, and then walked back and sat down all in the span of about 10 seconds. Everybody then afterwards chuckled because it's fake. Everybody knows I'm not leaving. I don't know if I don't think any of the progressives knew that I was going to get up and walk off if they pulled a stunt. But I had said to some of the people working the show, like, I'm not going to sit there if they want to do a stunt. They can do the stunt. I'll leave. I'll come back. And then, so I did.
Yeah, but like how'd that work out for you? Because that's a terrible way of dealing with it. Like I said, it just makes you look like you stormed off, which is what you're having to defend yourself from because you did. It's so crazy. Lady Balls, thank you for the membership. This is 100% the I broke up with her energy. I don't know if he believes this in his head. I don't know if this was his plan. But if this was like what he thought he was doing, it just shows how not savvy he is about the internet. Because anyone could have predicted that if he got up and stormed off, people would say Tim Pool got up and stormed off, right? Obviously, that would be the thing you could expect to happen. So even if it's true, it shows a lack of foresight. Because if he told the producers that he was going to get up and storm off, I'm sure they were like, okay, if you want to do that, feel free to.
But I want to just stress this.
That's like telling them you're going to shit your pants if someone makes you too sad. They're not going to tell you not to because they want the best clip possible. Like of course they're going to let you do something that embarrasses yourself. Like what did you think they would tell you? Oh no, Tim, please don't wet your nappy. Like people would love that.
And then walked back and sat down all in the span of about 10 seconds. Everybody then afterwards chuckled because it's fake.
It's fake, bro.
Everybody knows I'm not leaving. I don't know if I don't think any of the progressives knew that I was going to get up and walk off if they pulled a stunt. But I had said to some of the people working the show, like, I'm not going to sit there if they want to do a stunt. They can do the stunt. I'll leave. I'll come back. And then, so I did.
The stunt is a hat.
But I want to just stress
by
this.
the way.
He pre-planned the stunt with the beanie in his pocket. Now, I do take somewhat issue because I was informed they would not know who was going to be there. That being said as well, we smiled, we shook hands. I said it was really great. If you want to, we'll have you on the show whenever. Afterwards, we hung out with a few of the people. We did some post-mortem interviews. And then as we were leaving, I said, just feel free to reach out. We'd love to have you guys on the show at any time. It was great. So I guess ultimately my point is there's no intention, in my view, for this show of being an actual conversation. And I knew that. And I'll tell you my thought process on. I laughed, like I got up and walked off, and I was chuckling.
Oh shit! He wasn't mad. He was laughing actually. Wow. Wow. Did you guys hear that? He actually wasn't mad. He was laughing. He thought it was funny. He thought it was funny. In fact, he wasn't mad. For real, for reals. Not mad, by the way.
It was great.
He's laughing.
So I guess ultimately my point is, there's no intention, in my view, for this show of being an actual conversation. And I knew that, and I'll tell you my thought process on. I laughed, like I got up and walked off, and I was chuckling, and the general feel for everything was like that was a really great stunt. Like basically, the view is among everybody involved. Mason, I don't know. I'm kind of miffed that I was told they would not know it was me, but then he prepared a stunt specifically for me. I don't really care all that much because I
you seem like you care a lot.
I'll basically play into it. Him pulling up the beanie and me storming off was not written down, but we all kind of knew what we were doing. Right?
Oh shit! This is crazy. Every time I think I'm going to turn it off, it gets even crazier. Now he's saying that it was almost pre-planned. Like he pre-planned it with Mason. We should reach out to Mason and see if he pre-planned this with Tim. Wow. It was actually pre-planned. You think he believes this? We're actually all buddies who were laughing and this is wow. This is pathetic. Yeah, this is embarrassing.
Kind of miffed that I was told they would not know it was me, but then he
no
prepared
beanie
a stunt
rule.
specifically for me. I don't really care all that much because I told him I'll basically play into it. Him pulling up the beanie and me storming off was not written down, but we all kind of knew what we were doing.
It was improv.
Right? Like, let me put it like this. I know full well, guys, that if he just did that and I sat there, it would not be the same and no one would really care. They'd be like, haha, Tim got clowned, and it wouldn't get 4.4 million views. I knew that the moment I was like, look, if someone's going to pull a stunt, I'm going to walk off and it's going to go viral. That's the truth. I will say to a certain degree, if they're going to pull stunts, and some of them did, I didn't like that they had a planned stage WWE stunt ready to go when they weren't supposed to know I was going to be there. I suppose the argument he'll make is, no, I just happened to have had the beanie when it was 90 plus degrees out and the AC was off. And
he is going ape shit over this beanie this dude put on. Like he keeps trying to pretend like he's not mad about it, but we just get back around to the beanie and you can't help but hear the actual venom in his voice that this dude had a beanie on. This stuff is insane. Tim Pool is going insane about this. Yeah, that's the face right there. This is the face you make when your opponent has a beanie on too, so your powers are having to be shared between the two of you. Like when two Green Lanterns share a battery or something, right?
I will say to a certain degree, if they're going to pull stunts, and some of them did, I didn't like that they had a planned stage WWE stunt ready to go when they weren't
planned
supposed to know I was going
staged.
to be there.
A beanie,
I suppose
folks.
the argument he'll make is,
A
no, I just
beanie.
happened to have had the beanie when it was 90 plus degrees out and the AC was off and I was sweating. And you're like, Tim, take off the beanie. Don't wear it. I'm like, you know what I do. It's like, I wear the same clothes for a year and then I change them one time. And, we'll see what I look like come October. But for him to...
Yeah, that would have actually been low-key the power move. Like, if he put the beanie on, if you had the courage to just take yours off and been like, you think I need this fucking beanie? I don't give a shit. Like, that would have been like a mic drop moment. It would have gone viral and people would have been like, yo, Tim actually like surprised me. Instead, you stormed off and now you're making multiple videos about how this dude had a beanie and you're trying to compare it to a WWE event. You're trying to compare it to WrestleMania when he probably just stopped by any store and picked one up or just grabbed one from his place when he guessed that it was you. Because like, oh, some guy who calls himself a moderate but is really conservative, that must be Tim Pool. In fact, there's only so many people who it could be, so why not just bring the beanie just in case? Like, because you'll be glad, a beanie when you're going to a debate with a mysterious right-wing content creator who calls themselves a moderate but is called a conservative is like a condom or a gun. I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it. You know what I mean? And so it just makes sense to bring the beanie. That's higher order thinking. He was thinking in 4 dimensions, and he got you, Tim, but he's mad about this beanie. He is actually beanie triggered. You wouldn't think it would work on him.
No, I just happened to have had the beanie.
I just happened to have the beanie.
When it was 90 plus degrees out and
too hot
the
for a
AC
beanie.
was off and I was sweating.
Take your beanie
You're
off.
like, Tim, take off the beanie. Don't wear it. I'm like, you know what I do. It's like, I wear the same clothes for a year and then I change them one time. And, we'll see what I look like come October.
Well, more than once,
but for
I
him
hope.
to actually have brought a beanie in the summer in 90-degree weather, I'm like, yeah, someone tipped him off and they prepared this in advance. So I had told some of them, should you guys do any moves like that, because I've seen you go for these viral clips, I'm going to get up and walk off. And there's a couple reasons. One, I'm not going to just sit there and let someone play some stupid WWD. It's disrespectful or whatever, knowing full well it's meant to be TV. But for the balance of what the TV show is meant to be, I'm going to walk off and be like, I won't stand for this. You know what I mean? And it's half true. When Ben was there and that trans person spun the chair around and just started berating him, my attitude is like, it goes viral, but Ben doesn't get anything out of it. Ben is just meant to sit there as he gets berated, and this becomes red meat for progressives. Well, I'm not going to sit there and just take it. That's not my character. That's not who I am. That's not what I would do.
I'm going to storm off.
And so knowing full well that this is very WWE, I'm gonna play it both ways. You do your stunt, I do mine. I walk off, you pretend to be me. So that is what it is. What I will say is
terrible
stunt. As to like the claims and like, what ultimately came about with the show. For the most part, the debate's just not real. Like, these people don't know what they're talking about. The real intention of most of these people is this. And it's why I had said in the past, like, I'm not interested in...
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for ignoring you for so long. This is actually jaw-dropping. Bree G. Lorgie, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. I appreciate it. Thank you for the $2 super chat as well. B, where do I give you the most money? If you want to give me the most money, you can use the direct tip link. I get the biggest cut of the money. But I, of course, also appreciate all of the memberships and any platform that you feel most comfortable giving me your money. I appreciate. And also giving me money on those platforms does help with my, standing in YouTube, I imagine. So it's not as though it's a total waste, obviously, when they take their cut, I imagine. Micah Gel fan, thank you for the $10 super chat. Tim Pool is coping so hard. Yeah, it's actually kind of hard to watch, but I'm really enjoying it. Maybe I'll just skip to the end to see how it finally resolves itself if he gets it all out of his system.
The only people who argue with me are like moderate lib types who are like, well, the Constitution is functioning. It's just a debate over the issues. Now, everybody's basically like, yeah, we agree Trump destroyed it or liberals destroyed it. And I'm like, that's the point. How can you have a constituted body politic when no one agrees on what the country is?
Should have made this argument on Surrounded.
I want to give a shout out to the Jubilee guys. They actually are very professional, very fair. I've heard from a lot of people, they say, oh, they're all libs and all that. Maybe, but look, there are people posting threats against me that have no business in politics. There's like a poker guy, because I just cashed this $3,000 tournament. Yesterday I was playing poker tournament, did really well. And then I got coverage.
Oh, so he's not a total loser, folks. He's not a total loser. He did well in the poker tournament. So all of you out there saying that he only takes L's, remember, he got 1 W. So don't say he only takes L's. That was really something else. I cannot believe we watched so much of that because I thought it would be boring. And it was boring for sure, but also incredibly cringeworthy. I think that was definitely worse than the Andrew Wilson cringe video, although we watched less of that because it was a lot more boring. It might have even reached the heights of Russell Brand Sunday Service hard to watch, because that was actually really difficult to watch at points where it's like, Tim, just please stop talking because you're just making it so much worse for yourself. If you have all this stuff to say, you should have said it then when Mason was yelling at you. What did you guys think about that? Did you guys think it was compelling? Do you think that Tim Pool convinced you that he meant to do it, or that it was improv, or that it was all fake? I don't really understand how what he was saying tracked, other than the parts about being not so into Civil War but always into Civil War or something. Olympic cope maxing. Yeah, like if there was a cope contest, if it was Mason versus him in coping, he would have absolutely like blown Mason out of the water. He was crying. His eyes did seem wet. They don't seem as wet here, but they were definitely wet seeming in the video. The part that I mostly focused on here is how angry he looked when he was talking about them wearing a beanie. Like, see? You see how he looks when he's wearing that beanie on screen? These are just a few scenes of him, like, when Mason's wearing the beanie. My face when another person wears a beanie in a debate with me. But Russell Brand is sometimes like, it borders not just on embarrassing, but on literally what should be a crime. These are crazy videos. I think this is going to do really well in the algorithm. I'm going to make sure it does really well in the algorithm. I want your help to make sure it does really well in the algorithm. Also, make sure that you like and subscribe. We're actually doing pretty well. I feel like a lot of people are watching the stream today, probably because of like the Tim Pool video. I'm not going to show you more of it because we got all of the juice out of this beanied lemon, I think. But definitely consider subscribing. We are actually only 40 people away on YouTube from 26,000. Isn't that sweet? Isn't that special? I think it is. It's not a really, unique number. I guess every number is unique if you really think about it. And by really think about it, I mean think about it for even a second. But it's not a big milestone. But every single viewer that chooses to subscribe or give a like or give me money is a big milestone for me. No BC. Brandon is fun. He would have gotten a lot more respect if he just said, yeah, I lost my cool, my bad, and said no more. He is so dumb. He could have just sat there. Or like I said, he could have started over talking Mason. The most respect he could have done is if he took his beanie off. Like if when Mason put his beanie on, he took his beanie off, that would have been a actual move that you'd be like, oh wow, Tim Pool is thinking with like portals now. He took his beanie off, like one beanie on, one beanie off. Like that's how we're gonna do things, Mason. I see you and I raise you, my beanie off. Because not as though Mason would make fun of him for being bald. He was just embarrassed, obviously. People don't make fun of Tim for being bald because he's bald. People make fun of Tim for being bald because he wears a hat all the time, even in a 90-degree warehouse. And seeing someone else put a hat on triggers him so much he makes multiple breakdown videos about how it's unfair that someone guessed who he was because they were able to put a hat on against him, which is like a stunt. Like, because remember the stunt where Taylor Lorenz was interviewing Libs of TikTok and Libs of TikTok wore a shirt with Taylor Lorenz's face on it? Or when that exact same thing happened to Louis Theroux on that one special he did with the right wingers, like not the one with the Manosphere, but the one when he had that series and he talked to the Chuds. I think one of them was like, it was actually Beardley Beardson or whatever that guy's name is. The one who was doing like Nazi salutes and then got mad that people they were doing Nazi salutes. Like he wore like his face on a Three Wolf Moon shirt, Louis Theroux, and they both just kind of dealt with it and they made fun of the person for doing it because it was like really silly. And so this is just not the right way to handle it. Like someone who is witty and quick thinking would have just turned it into like a, oh, you must be a really big fan moment. Like you even have your own beanie. I can sign it for you. That would have been another thing to say. Like, how about I sign that for you? And then people would have laughed, right? People would be like, oh, Tim Pool, like he's, Tim Pool sucks, but he has a sense of humor about himself. The worst thing you can do is not have a sense of humor about yourself, but be like an asshole online. Anything but storming off, it's a better move. Like he did the exact wrong thing. Like basically the only other thing that he could have done that would have been worse would have been if he stormed off, he slipped and fell, which would have definitely gone viral. Damn, now that I'm thinking about it, that would have been super funny. Although the video probably wouldn't have come out because he would have hurt himself. He gets up and he like slips on a banana peel or immediately steps on a rake. Shucks. We spent a lot of time watching that. Do I have anything else in the title that I meant to get to? I think we hit everything. Although you might say that we didn't spend enough time on the Meta story, but you guys weren't really feeling that. You don't give a shit about Meta. You hope they go out of business. Let's be honest. I'm not here to argue against you about that for the reasons I've already laid out, but you don't really care. You definitely preferred that. People were very honest about preferring this, for sure. Slips on the third beanie, yeah. A beanie, like, or like he slips down and like a bunch of beanies just fall out of his pocket, like when you hit Sonic and all his rings come out. Then everyone just picks up beanies and puts them on. It's been a great time. I'm actually glad a second person did not hit the beanie. And by that I mean put a beanie on. But I'm gonna start calling that hit the beanie because that was a little mistake I made rhetorically there, but I like it. I'm gonna start calling that hitting the beanie. When you put a beanie on. If another person had hit the beanie across from Tim Pool, he would have actually started like crying. Let the beanies hit the floor. Let the beanies hit the floor. Let the beanies hit the floor. That should be Tim Pool's like cover of Bodies. All right, all right. Let's follow up with the USS Abraham Lincoln, even at the risk of making myself earning myself the ire of some people who are a little bit more forgiving of the United States military apparatus than I am, because I guess now we're involved in a legitimate back and forth, a legitimate like kind of back and forth propaganda battle between the administration and the members of the Army and their families and the Navy. I don't care. Members of the military and their families who feel like they're being inadequately supplied and not necessarily getting the kinds of resources that they need from these particular, from the government. Now, we know why they're not being adequately supplied. We talked about it before. It's because all of our bases in the region have been blown up by Iran. And in past situations, they would just be going back to like Bahrain or one of our other bases in the region, or they would be getting supplies from those places. But now supplies have to come all the way from Diego Garcia, which is 2,200 miles away from where they are, or 1,000 kilometers away from where they are. And that just means that things take longer to get to them. And so there are a lot more interruptions in terms of like what they get. Now, the military wants you to believe, and by that I mean the Pete Hegseth, military brass wants you to believe that all this stuff is not happening, because it portrays American military badly in a lot of different ways, but primarily it portrays like their competency as being quite low, which is one of the things that they want people to believe is high about them, their battle IQ, or that, essentially that they are like the red-blooded men who can handle this war machine. So yeah, let's just hear about like the Pete Hegseth part of this, because he is the most visibly, besides Kash Patel, of course, now left, the most visibly unqualified person for his role. And so this is definitely going to be something that haunts him.
There are a couple different ways you could look at the war right now. You could accept the White House's version. Donald Trump insists that Iran wants a deal and that the U.S. controls the Strait of Hormuz. His son-in-law, Jared Kushner, says that negotiations with Iran are robust, and Trump is outright dismissing concerns about conditions on the USS Lincoln as fake news. On the other hand, you could choose not to accept the White House's version, which they are offering no facts to back up their views. Reports overnight say a ship was hit on the Strait of Hormuz, damaging the engine room and causing a crew casualty. The Wall Street Journal says American officials are worried Oman could help broker a nuclear deal that is more favorable to Tehran. That is on top of its reporting that Iran is looking to now expand the war, as Trump says Tehran should put up the white flag of surrender. And the Pentagon is now admitting that a Navy destroyer was without power for 4 days last month, leaving the crew without drinkable water, meals, running toilets, or air conditioning during that period of time. Joining me now to discuss, David Rode, MS Now senior national security reporter, and Peter Baker still here. Okay, David, day after day, the president keeps saying things like the Strait of Hormuz, it's open, everything is great, the U.S. is in control. And now we have another ship hit overnight and a crew member dies.
It is not open. The Trump effort to reopen it has failed. And then the other strait here, this is how the war is widening, is in the Red Sea. There's fighting there. It's another Wall Street Journal story about traffic being slowed down there. 4 sailors were killed on a ship in the Red Sea last week. So the president's narrative, according to the sources I'm talking to, and just basic fact, is false.
Peter, right now Oman is negotiating with Iran over the strait. And in the midst of that, we talked about it yesterday, the president threatened to bomb the you-know-what out of Oman, a U.S. military ally, for almost 50 years. I don't know how else to look at this, but that the United States is trapped in this war, and everything the president is saying and doing just isn't rooted in fact.
Yeah, it's so striking. You're right to point that out. We've gotten so inured to a president who is willing to say and sometimes do almost anything that somehow we've lost the capacity for shock. But in fact, to sit there and just sort of randomly, almost cavalierly threaten war against a country with which we have friendly relations is, in fact, a striking moment. And it tells us something that he wants to be belligerent with the countries that have been friendly to us. At the same time, he's once again talking about how he has such great respect for Kim Jong-un and North Korea, and he wants to stop military exercises because it's so mean to North Korea, which, by the way, has something like 60 nuclear warheads.
Sorry, I had to take a piss. But you have to understand, he's lashing out against Oman because he gave Oman the go-ahead to make a deal with Iran to open up the Strait of Hormuz on the United States' behalf, because he was hoping that Iran would then just open up the strait and the U.S. could just move its blockade back and we wouldn't have to take the L because another country would have negotiated. Iran saw through that and said that it wouldn't happen without the U.S. actually following through with some of their demands. And so he's just mad that the Oman deal wasn't his backdoor channel to getting out of this war. And so, I mean, it's all very transparent if you understand how bad this is going for him.
As compared to zero right now in Iran. And he says the whole point of the Iran war was to stop them from getting a nuclear weapon. Well, on his watch and on President Biden's watch, North Korea has expanded.
Thank you for all of the gifted subs, the 3 gifted subs over on Twitch, Oracle. Drew Doblinger, thank you for the $2 super chat. A second beanie has hit the podcaster.
Its nuclear arsenal substantially without any kind of action or consequence from the United States. You have a president who seems to think that Kim Jong-un is his friend and Oman is not.
Okay, we've been talking about this for days. We've been covering this story on this network for weeks. We now have the families of sailors on board the Lincoln furious that the president is dismissing their concerns about the conditions on the ship, saying it's fake news. And now we learned that a destroyer was without power for 4 days. What is the American public supposed to make of this?
That the U.S. Navy is under tremendous strain, that previous administrations maybe didn't build enough ships to be fair. But this is just an unforced political error by President Trump. There's no need to belittle these
going
sailors.
To war?
Well, there's the strategic error, but the political...
Also an unforced political
correct.
error.
And sorry, just on Oman, they're angry at the Omani foreign minister. I interviewed him right before the war started. He said the Iran...
Now, let's hear more about this ship without power. But again, this is all fake news. Oracle, thank you for the 2 additional gifted subs over on Twitch. An unforced error. We need more ships. What would more ships actually do in this situation, do you think? Would more ships make it a more effective blockade? I guess you wouldn't have the issue of people being stationed out there for so long. It certainly wouldn't have won us the war. It would just mean that our soldiers are more comfortable, so the war is artificially extended by their lack of suffering. In this circumstance, we can only keep it up for so long before our soldiers, I guess, just decide to quit. Whether that means that they get, arrested and mutiny, whether that means that they don't re-enlist, whether that means less people sign up. We're now being constrained by the bad PR that is being caused by this incident. So, I mean, it wouldn't have helped us win the war. It would have just prolonged it in some ways for them to be better supplied. But yeah, let's hear about the South China Sea ship.
There are new concerns about conditions aboard another U.S. Navy warship. John Carl and what he's learned now.
Tonight, growing questions about whether the U.S. Navy is now stretched too thin after new reports of grim living conditions aboard a second massive ship. Some 300 sailors on the destroyer, the USS Benfold, deployed in the South China Sea, went 4 days with limited drinking water and no working toilets or air conditioning after the ship suffered a complete loss of power. After 4 days adrift, the Benfold was towed to the Philippines. A Navy spokesman cites problems with its generator.
It would have been funny if China towed them. Obviously, that's not what happened, but like if it had to be China that towed them, like, oh, you guys are stuck, we can get you to the Philippines. This is our military. Don't you see the money? Don't you see the money on display? The $900 billion. Don't you see it? Can't you see why we don't have health care? Can't you see it? Can't you see how good we are at this? Can't you see it? China better watch out. North Korea better watch out. They better watch out.
The Benfold was towed to the Philippines. A Navy spokesman cites problems with its generators, adding there were no injuries to the crew, who demonstrated resilience, grit, professionalism, and unwavering steadiness. The Benfold was part of the carrier strike group heading to the Middle East to relieve the USS Lincoln, whose crew has been at sea for more than 260 days as part of the war.
Shit, even their rescue ships are now just adrift? That's nasty. These USS Lincoln people better rethink their service. I gotta be honest with you.
Whose crew has been at sea for more than 260 days as part of the war on Iran. Amid deteriorating conditions on the Lincoln, some sailors' families told the Military Times that at least 2 sailors tried to jump overboard. A U.S. official told ABC News that a sailor did go into the water and was rescued. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, who in a highly unusual move for a defense secretary, was campaigning for Republicans in Iowa this week, has denied there's a problem.
We make sure that every ship, every crew, every captain has everything we can provide them at every single moment.
And David, the power failure aboard the USS Benfold happened more than 3 weeks ago. It's unclear why the Pentagon waited so long to disclose it.
John Carl live at the...
Because they're embarrassed, obviously, because of all these stories that are coming out about the people in our military being inadequately supported, despite all the money we spend for it. They don't want people to know. It's why those photos out of the boxer were undeniably fake, even if you don't believe they were AI. But let's hear more from that same wife of a sailor who's on the USS Lincoln about how she feels about this, I guess, coordinated, and I don't feel bad saying, it seems like a coordinated propaganda effort to put as many voices on the news as possible to muddy the waters around what's going on these ships. All right, we go.
President Trump is again pushing back on reports of poor conditions aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln after a number of families have expressed concerns.
I was at a group meeting and an admiral came up to see me over the weekend. And it was at a big group and he happened to be an admiral retired. He said, I've been on ships that are out there much longer than that, sir. And I know people on the Lincoln, they say it's beautifully maintained and beautifully taken care of.
For more on this, we're joined by Natalie Oliverio. She's a U.S. Navy veteran and Pentagon correspondent for the Military Times and has been speaking with family members of those on board the USS Lincoln. So, Natalie,
I'm sorry, I misidentified her as the wife of one of the crew members. I don't know why I thought that, if that was just in another interview or it just wasn't true, but she's speaking for the family, as you heard.
And has been speaking with family members of those on board the USS Lincoln. So, Natalie, let's start there. What have you heard from the family members about those conditions, and does it match with what the administration is saying?
Good morning. And it does not match. What we're hearing from military families is they feel shrugged off. They feel a little silenced. And some people believe that a part of readiness is ensuring that the families on the home front are secure, they have what they need, and they're being communicated with as much as possible.
So Natalie, as Kelly pointed out, you're a Navy veteran. People will be wondering, what is typical in a deployment like this? And understanding that we are engaged in a war. I mean, this is a war with a foreign power. What is a typical length of engagement at sea on an aircraft carrier, the size and the importance of the USS Abraham Lincoln? And what do you think, why do you think there's been a breakdown in the supplies that are meant for our sailors that are deployed on that vessel?
Thanks, Vlad. To answer the second part of that, a part of the problem why supplies are not getting to the sailors is because a huge supply outlet in Bahrain was damaged very early on as the war with Iran got underway. So instead of being able to pull into a port in Bahrain, the USS Abraham Lincoln would have to make an out of their way trip 5 days out each way just to get supplies. And the airspace is really too contested to just get helicopters out there to drop mail or supplies or fresh food. Same with underway replenishments. While reports have
That's not what I heard. I heard that we had total domination of the skies. Remember that? Remember total domination of the skies? Well, that was before they downed that F-15 Strike Eagle. But I thought we had total domination of the skies.
Or supplies or fresh food. Same with underway replenishments. While reports have showed the USS Abraham Lincoln has completed 23 underway replenishments, we're talking about 23 visits to the gas station and supply shop across nearly 9 months. That's really stretching the resilience of this ship and the carrier strike group altogether.
That's really important context.
Very important.
In terms of why. I mean, I think that was a really good question, but that's something that I hadn't heard before in terms of why the supply issue is happening. When you've been talking with families, I mean, what are the main concerns that they have? Obviously, they want their family members home safe, but beyond that, I mean, we've heard some concerns about mental health.
Yes, and the families feel frustrated. One military spouse told me that her husband feels like he is on a metal floating prison, and they're just not getting their basic needs met. Mental health, brain fog, poor nutrition, less than ideal conditions. They're not meant to be sustained. I don't know that combat or combat deployments are entirely predictable.
I mean, I saw all that Pocky, so I have a hard time believing they're not, at least getting some nutrition.
It seems that they wouldn't be. However, predicting how to meet basic needs is something the Navy is actually very good at. They are intended to run on a 36-month maintenance schedule. And in that 36-month period, a deployment time is only carved out to be 8 months. That's maximum. That's the maximum bandwidth they're meant to be stretched. So as we've seen recently, just this year with the USS Ford and now the Lincoln, they are stretching those carrier strike groups far past that threshold.
And I guess the other question for me, Natalie, is, and we all have heard that famous quote from Napoleon, "An army marches on its stomach," which is that, to keep going for sustained periods of time, you need to make sure that the men and the women under your command are being fed adequately, that their mental health issues are being addressed. That clearly seems to not be the case here, according to some of the reporting that the Military Times has done. And so the second component of that is what the actual mission is and what the end goal is. That has not been clearly articulated by the Commander-in-Chief, the President of the United States, other than to say that he wants to ensure that Iran doesn't get a nuclear weapon, which doesn't actually mean anything if you are a sailor aboard the USS Lincoln.
I mean, it doesn't mean anything even if you're not a sailor on the USS Lincoln. Donald Trump has no say over whether or not Iran gets a nuclear weapon at this point. If he wants to have an increased say, he should surrender and try to renegotiate a nuclear deal. But in the aftermath of all of this, it probably won't be likely. Maybe he could bribe them, honestly, pay them a lot of money to not do it. But they'll seemingly be getting a lot of money from fees on the Strait of Hormuz. But Donald Trump just has no say, right? And I mean, it has to be demoralizing on the ship because they've lost the war, right? No one has said that so far because they can't admit it on this kind of news show. But it must be a really low mood because not just because it's a war that some people will say, oh, no, it's a war of choice. And so they aren't feeling really aggro about it the same way they would if it was a war of defense. I can't speak to that, right? Because who knows about the people who join our military? They are in the U.S. military. But certainly I would imagine that being on the losing end of a war would make you feel a certain type of way, a little bit more depressed, especially if you actually believe in the supremacy of the American project and, you're on a ship because you joined the military and stuff like that. I could definitely see the loss exacerbating the mental health crisis these people are having, because it would definitely cause a schism, a lot of different schisms. The loss, your lack of adequate supplying by the government. So you kind of feel like, oh, they don't care about you. There are just a lot of ways in which this could be like really, really, hammering on people's psyche. People think I'm joking, but I'm being serious. I'm being 100% serious that I'm sure when you're starving on the ship or whatever, it's hard to deny that you've lost, right? It's hard to deny that if you guys were winning, you wouldn't be being called to do this in this way. And so I do think that definitely plays like impact on people's mental health. People probably don't want to, admit that we've lost, and also don't want to admit that these people would be happier if we were winning. But I think undeniably they'd be happier if we were winning because they would have been resupplied by now. And so that's a problem that's in the psychological sense, but also in the material sense. Like if we were winning, they would be better supplied.
The president of the United States, other than to say that he wants to ensure that Iran doesn't get a nuclear weapon, which doesn't actually mean anything if you are a sailor aboard the USS Lincoln. So how does that factor in? The fact that there are not clearly articulated and defined mission goals as far as the overall mission for this during this war?
Understanding an individual and a team's role in an overall mission is incredibly important to a service member. The power of purpose and understanding what that vision looks like, what you as an individual need to do to get there, because there must be a gap from the starting point to the end of a mission. So in order to be fit for duty and ready for duty, you have to be able to perform at your best. And performing at your best means understanding what you're performing for. So as much as they can, they are doing their best. They're extremely resilient and they are doing an extraordinary job. But is our military and are our leaders in the Department of Defense doing their best to support our Navy?
Yeah, well said. Natalie Oliverio.
See, that's where we just have that schism because you don't want our military doing our best. So, I mean, and by you, I mean my audience. I'm not trying to take a position on this, but I'm telling you what you guys are thinking. And you don't need to verify because I know, like, you don't want our military doing our best. That's also why I don't think that there's really any way to way to be performatively empathetic about this without also giving credence to the idea that we just need to win wars essentially and give more money to the military because I just can't center them because ultimately they would be happier if we were winning. They would be happier if we were winning. Their main concern is to be supplied, not for the war to end. And so that's just not my prerogative. I do feel bad for them. I wish they hadn't joined the military. That is absolutely my feeling about it. We wouldn't be winning if they were well supplied anyway, so it doesn't really matter if I'm being perfectly honest. But this does put it puts a time on the war. You guys are like, I want them to have less Pocky. You guys are like, I'm the moderate that Tim pretends to be. I can only show you cops falling off decks so many times. When you center the troops in this war, then their comfort becomes the main concern and not the war and the suffering itself. No, it's just another version of support the troops, not the war. Some people think that you can pivot that into the best way to support the troops is to not ever go to war. But that's, I don't think, the main way people are going to operationalize that. Like we said, we know the way a lot of these things are going to be used. Same with the, censorship operations online, or not really censorship, more it's going to be mostly just like surveillance operations online, with a little bit of censorship, but mostly surveillance operations online. That's just going to be the way the government goes with it. Like, oh, you want to help the troops? Okay, let's give them more of your money. It's not going to be interpreted like, let's go to war less. Republicans will pretend like it can be interpreted that way until the inevitable backlash of our decisions in the world force them to make the same decisions, because even if they believe in isolationism now, it doesn't mean that they believe in a proactive, justice-oriented foreign policy that is geared towards disincentivizing terrorism or other forms of crimes against America as a result of our actions in the future. It's just taking your ball and going home, which is, better than the alternative, but doesn't actually constitute a long-term solution for the things that we've done so far. A lot of people are in denial, and I've said it before, about the possibility of America just taking its ball and going home, just stopping with all of the military stuff, and then no one can be mad at us. But that's an entitled position. Again, it's definitely better than we are now, right? But it just wouldn't work because the reactionary impulses wouldn't go away. And the moment there was an actual justification, which would come in the form of either a false flag done by the United States, deep state, or Israel, or an actual terrorist attack as the result of like blowback for things we've already done and will likely continue to do. I mean, like then we'll just be back at it, but for a different reason. Or then it'll be like green fascism. It'll just be a different reason. Like there has to actually be like a proactive integration within the global community of a lot of peoples and communities that have been left in, at the fringes. And also like, when it comes to America, like a proactive attempt to make up for the atrocities of the past. Brendan, can you show us the pigs falling Connect 4 style one more time before you end the stream? I definitely can. Do I not still have it up? No, it wasn't in one of my clips. It's okay. I can find it easy. Deck U.S. Marshals. People are loving this one.
These U.S. Marshals Task Force members recently serving an arrest warrant in Missouri. Never imagined the hidden threat beneath them. A second-story deck at an apartment complex collapses, sending 9 deputies plummeting to the ground. The marshals say injured task force members suffered broken bones, torn muscles, and head injuries, but luckily, all will return to work soon. The U.S. Marshals Service is the oldest federal law enforcement.
Oh yeah, don't forget the first-person view that they give you, because they also have like the body cam video of this one that really sells it.
Fortunate it wasn't worse. A freak act.
No.
And a warrant was issued for his arrest. We were unable to reach him for comment, and he does not have counsel assigned. Authorities say previous searches of his apartment turned up numerous firearms. This time, there's no indication it was anything but a freak accident. But their supervisor says everyone is fortunate it wasn't worse.
The fact that
they would have loved to blame this on him. They would have loved to been like, yeah, let's blame this on somebody because it makes us look foolish. All right. Should we get out of here? Do I have anything else I wanted to show you that we have to get to? I feel like we had a very positive day today, even if I was a little overstimulated at points. But I'll leave it up for you to decide. So many armed men to get one guy. Well, it's America, so they thought that he was just armed too. That's like the danger of America. You could almost feel bad for police officers if they actually wanted any kind of comprehensive gun control, but ultimately they don't. Oh yeah, did you see this person who's like roaming around Philadelphia with a mask on, trying to like assault people? Maybe we'll do that tomorrow. They were decked out. Yes, true. The Chucky mask. It's not like really a Chucky mask. It's more like a doll, like a evil doll kind of mask. It's kind of Resident Evil like. It reminds me of like the dolls in that one sequence where you are going after the evil doll in Village, like the ventriloquist. All right, let's set up the raid. Let's get the raid set up. We are I think only like 30 people away from 26,000 subscribers.
These U.S. Marshals Task Force members.
It wants to play the video again. It knows how much you like it. We're only 30 subscribers away from 26,000. What a nice treat. I gotta be honest with you. Once I post this Tim Pool video, this Cope Tim Pool video, it's gonna take care of itself. People are gonna love this one. I guarantee it. Let's get it done. I'll probably also clip that James O'Keefe thing because it is quite funny. Limited ad earnings. I bet. I bet this episode got limited ad earnings too. A lot of stuff happened. I got to work on that. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow. Okay, on the Majority Report, they are actually talking about that Cambridge professor and racist online terror. So perfect. Sending you over there. Oh, Rania Kalik is on as well. GOP targets left-wing news. She's over at the what's it called? Breakthrough News. MGJ Trilinium Falcon says, my kid said verbatim, show Brandon this. As a parent, my kid recognizing words like corporate greed makes my communist heart burst. It's like 1 minute, 30 seconds. So no worries if you don't have time to play it. Well, we definitely have time to play it. If it's something that your child wants us to see, we can definitely watch it. I trust you. Let's see it. We can do it. For Molly Great Jedi.
I don't have to explain myself. I'm rich. But seeing as your children and your bone marrow might come in useful, I'll explain things in a way even poor, uneducated peasants can get.
Oh, is it Cartoon Network?
Commercial break. Come on down to Joyful Burger. Our food is full.
Oh, crazy. This is what? What show was this? Not Chowder, right? Gumball.
Of joy. It's also full of monosodium hydrogenated polyurethane glutamate oil.
Okay. I definitely can't play too much of this because it will for sure get the stream taken down. But I appreciate it. I'll watch it more on my own. It's probably already too much, but it's fine. It's fine. We'll get out of here. I appreciate the recommendation though. Gumball, yeah. Let's get the raid set up on Twitch. Twitch. Chowder is an icon. A lot of people like Chowder. I never really got into it. I think that's a little bit after my time. Bop. That Tim video was a hard watch. We watch a lot of hard stuff on this show. I'm glad we can share it together. I'm just glad that he's not mad, that he was laughing actually. Because when I watched the video, I kept thinking to myself, it's really a shame how mad he is and how upset he is. But now that I've heard him say that he actually wasn't mad, he was laughing in fact, I'm a lot, happier about it. Jason. I can't say Jason normal anymore. I just did it. Perfect. Chowder's a show full of dad jokes. I'm not a dad. I'm unk at best. Really engaging stream today. You're just saying that because of those cops who fell down. Sad that he doesn't have actual friends like Dave Rubin. God, that show was really hit or miss. I wish it was more interesting because I like it when it hits. That Cope video was good too. These post-debate right-wing Cope videos are quite funny. We're not going to play it again. The raid is about to go off. Stop it. I got to send you over. All right. Let's get out of here. Thanks for watching. Take it easy. Keep it sleazy.